16th World Ocean Forum will be held as a hybrid forum in Busan, the capital of Northeast Asia. Time to listen to the world's renowned marine environment experts to make ocean as uniters. You can participate in the forum in person or online to listen to professional sessions and various events for sustainable development and check the trends of the global maritime industries faster than anyone else. We invite you to the 16th World Ocean Forum to be held in Lotte Hotel Busan for 3 days from October 25th to the 27th.
Busan, Korea is already reaching the entire world, like ocean waves that travel far and wide. It's Busan, the perfect World Expo city, transforming our world, navigating toward a better future.
The ocean is a major source of life, food and livelihoods for 3 billion people across the planet. For over 60 years, UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission has been working at the heart of the United Nations to generate the knowledge we need to conserve and manage this global marine ecosystem. We coordinate sciences, observations, data, and tsunami warning systems. We deliver knowledge, scientific understanding and capacities to ensure the ocean is managed sustainably and equitably for the benefit of humanity and the planet alike. As ocean pollution, acidification and warming grow, KIOST's role has become crucial as the UN platform to discuss the increasingly relevant issue of ocean health and climate change, in bringing nations together and fostering exchanges between governments, society and scientists, as well as in providing to the extended oceanographic community access to data, information, and science. From UN conventions to community-based meetings, we bring to the table authoritative, vital ocean data to inform policy decisions, to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and ultimately to harmonize humanity's relationship with the planet. To face a climate crisis of planetary scale, we are bringing together the world's leading expertise, decision makers, action-driven innovators, and engaged citizens around the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Join us to co-design and co-deliver transformative ocean science solutions to create the ocean we want. You too can be part of the ocean knowledge revolution.
This is the news at 7 p.m. The new climate report from the UN says that cuts in enough to reduce greenhouse gases. A radical change is needed in how food is produced. That is to say, fewer calories.
We're always told we need to stop. Stop driving. Stop flying. Stop using plastic bags. Stop eating meat. Stop ignoring the science. But science also tells us that just stopping won't be enough on its own. If we're going to save our future, we also need to start. Start thinking outside the box. Start managing marine resources more productively. Start developing more climate-friendly technology for waterborne transport. With innovation, we can rid the oceans of microplastics. The forces of nature are fundamentally sustainable. We must make the most of it. The world needs more ideas. Solutions not yet thought of. This is not the time to stop. Especially now, when we're just getting started.
ocean has always been a part of us Norwegians. It has provided us with wealth and prosperity, fisheries, shipping, offshore oil and gas. Now we're on the brink of a new digital age, facing global challenges to sustainability, where the jobs we create must support a green future. The solutions to many of our challenges lie in the oceans. But in light of these new challenges, we must learn to adapt in step with change. Ocean Space Center is the key to our ocean-based industries of tomorrow, a cross-disciplinary center for both established and new industries that will bridge the gap between resource and knowledge economy, connect and develop all disciplines within the maritime industries. In Ocean Space Center, simulations and model experiments will run in parallel to prevent accidents and damage to the environment. This is where industry and researchers will develop new concepts for renewable and cleaner energy production, as well as efficient energy consumption. At Ocean Space Center, future maritime transport systems will be created and tested, like autonomous systems that open up new markets for shipping and advanced technologies. This is where our knowledge and experience about materials and maritime constructions put us in the forefront of developing solutions for emerging industries. At Ocean Space Center, Norway's technological advantage will provide the key to sustainable aquaculture concepts and harvesting of species further down the food chain. This is where we develop research and technology that will clean up the oceans and protect our ecosystems while there is still time. Maybe the next great medical breakthrough comes from an organism living in our oceans. Ocean Space Center is both ambitious and essential. World-leading physical laboratories and digital tools, combined with excellent research, will help tomorrow's solutions become reality. The next generation of research scientists and ocean space technologists will retain and strengthen Norwegian competitiveness and develop a sustainable global ocean industry. The ocean has always been a part of us Norwegians. Ocean Space Center will keep us connected in the future.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. The 16th WOF has now arrived at its third and final day. This year's forum marked the return to in-person format as we hold a hybrid forum with online and offline participants. On the official WOF YouTube channel in Korean and English, we have a live audience joining us. At our official website, you can download the presentation files and post replies. We also have a lucky draw for reply posters, so I ask you for your active participation. I am a principal researcher at the KIOST. I am Choi Bok-young. And we continue with the KIOST special session this year. Last year's topic was Future of New Ocean Industries based on ocean science and technology, as we discussed emerging ocean technology industries. This year's topic is From Space to Ocean, Ocean Science and Future. The EC of Korea is a treasure trove of marine resources and a basis for the development of ocean industries. In particular, global ocean scientists are highly interested in the EC, and they call it the microcosm of the open ocean. To discuss EC's value for deep-sea research and deep-sea exploration technologies that take us from space to ocean, KIOST has prepared this session. To celebrate the successful opening of this session, President Kim Ung-seo of KIOST will give his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Mr. Kim with a big hand.
Good morning, everyone. I'm president of Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, KIOST, Kim Eung-seo. This is the 16th forum this year, and we have the 16th World Ocean Forum 2022. And today we have this KIOST special session with the theme of From Space to Ocean, and I'd like to welcome all the participants, online and offline. We started this KIOST special session starting from last year, and with the KIOST sessions, we look at technological changes and look at the most advanced ICT that can lead us in our pursuit of innovation in the field of marine industry. Up until now, the World Ocean Forum invited all the experts and academics in the field, along with businessmen, so that we exchange information and technological development. And we've been making huge contribution to the development of the ocean industry. In this oceanic center of Korea in Busan, it's a great pleasure for me to be able to speak before you and to be part of this KIOST special session. With the development of the oceans, now we can explore the sea and we can go far deeper and much further. And as a result, the knowledge of oceans is being accumulated. And on the basis of oceanic research activities, we keep making our efforts into understanding the sea better. In the rich repository of resources, it's not just living species, minerals, but also we can find sources of renewable energy, and that's what we're developing at the moment. And the space of the sea, of the oceans itself, can be utilized for our daily lives, and that's what many countries are trying to do. In recent years, going through the coronavirus pandemic, we understood how fragile we were, heavily dependent on the nature. We want to make sure that the oceans can coexist with the humanity in an harmonious manner, and we are committed to resolving issues with our technologies. And as futurists tell us, we have to find the answers in the oceans. This year marks the 5th anniversary of the movement of KIOST to Busan. And today we're going to talk about the importance of deep sea research activities. That's why we have this KIOST special session to look at the current developments in this field. The big theme of the forum is Ocean as Uniters, pursuing global cooperation for the good of the planet. So in line with this theme, in this particular session in the morning, we're going to talk about collaboration between different players, including the academia, industry, and R&D. Specifically, regarding deep ocean exploration, we're going to look at policies, building infrastructure, and also we're going to look at how we are leading innovation using underwater gliders and underwater autonomous robots, and building underwater robots. And also we are going to discuss the importance of Ulleungdo and Dokdo Islands. It is my sincere hope that we can do a general sense check of where we stand, and I also hope that this session can lead us to our future directions. The latest research outcomes, which will be shared through this session, will make a huge contribution for us in developing future directions. I would like to thank Dr. Choi Bok-young, who will chair the session, and I'd like to thank presenters Dr. Yang Hee-chul, Dr. Park Jong-jin, Director Lee Pan-mook, Director Han Tae-ki, and Mr. Kim Yoon-bae. And I would like to thank all the relevant parties, including the MOF, the Busan Metropolitan City, the Busan Daily, and Kami, and all the participants who are here today. With your insights and wisdom, by collecting all this knowledge together, I believe we can find a good way of living and coexisting with the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kim, for your words of encouragement. The first presenter is Mr. Yang Hee-chul, Director General of Ocean Law and Policy Institute of KIOST. The topic is Marine Measures for Ocean Exploration. Good morning. I am Yang Hee-chul from KIOST. I would like to thank you for inviting me to this important event. And recently, one of the most important topic is the deep sea exploration. And it was an honor to take on this topic for a presentation. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee for this. I will look into the exploration of deep sea from the East Sea to the Blue Ocean and the area. Before I begin, I think we need to define deep sea. There are two types of definitions. One is the geological definition, and the other is the legal definition. In terms of geological perspective, the definition of deep sea is the ocean below 200 meters of depth. And from the legal perspective, deep sea is defined as the seabed beyond the national jurisdiction. But for the purpose of this presentation, I would like to define the deep sea as the unknown deep ocean system as a subject of scientific understanding that requires scientific research. I would like to use this geological definition. The East Sea is a microcosm of the open ocean and is a very important ocean. In particular, it connects to the polar Pacific and Indian Oceans. And so it goes beyond the marine resources or maritime transportation routes or environmental issues. East Sea connects to other regional oceans and is therefore very geographically important. On the other hand, the high sea and deep sea have a different nature. High seas are open for free access, but recently the international community is looking into a more efficient way to manage high seas. The deep sea is under the management of International Seabed Authority, recently established for the common good of the mankind. For all these seas, how much do we know? And what direction should Korea take? I think it is high time for us to think about the way forward. So let's look at the geographical area of the East Sea. In IHO or LME that defines the EC have a different view. But the geographical area of EC is not very different. The entire coastline is 1,700 kilometers from north to south. The area is about 1.007 square kilometers. The deepest depth is nearly 3,000 meters. And compared to what we know of the EC, there is so much more deeper ocean that we do not know yet. And there have been some historical views. This chart of the EC is from Russia. However, EC was seen by the West whether it was seen as a military base or a colony or a regional sea control area or area to secure marine resources, there have been many different approaches. And Western scholars had a similar perspective. The main point is that from the past to present, EC was always considered to be important, and it is a very important pillar that connects to other regional oceans. There are many countries conducting research on the EC. According to our analysis, the country that most actively researches the EC is Russia, Japan, and Korea that borders the EC. Japan's research into the EC is much more active than that of Russia or Korea, but the perspective of these three countries towards EC is based on competition and very remains on the surface area and quite superficial, rather than understanding the entire EC area and what impact EC has on each country. A comprehensive scientific research is not yet being done on the EC. In the past, we had a similar view towards EC with the main focus on Dokdo territorial sovereignty issue and then EC naming issue. But recently, regarding the EC, the coastal states have a shift in their paradigm. In particular, there is the IHO switch from the name notation to number display on the EC, which was a decision made in 2020. They are digitalizing the naming notation. Currently, S130 is a new project that they are running. If all the name of the seas are indicated in this way, then EC Dokdo issue that we have seen so far, rather than being led by a particular coastal could be led by a coastal state. The international law has a similar view of the EC. EC is a semi-enclosed or an enclosed sea area surrounded by two or more states. Seas such as this require collaboration and cooperation under the duties of international law. There have been many different attempts. Information held by different states are being shared through scholars or through the diplomatic channels to pursue common survival. And the scope of such research is shifting from a foothold area to understanding the entire EC. In the East Sea, if the EC research is driven by the entire area rather than a particular coastal state, then of course the framework would still pursue the specific national interests of relevant countries, but I think that the future direction of this looking at EC would be much more at a wider scope of how to address climate change and fishery resources in a way that the relevant countries must share information. I think the gradual change will take place. EC is geopolitically also very important. Internationally, there are many different straits across the world, 40 of them located in the Northeast Asia. And in EC, there is the Korea State, Tsugaru State, which are militarily, logistically, strategically very important. So they are in the north and south part of the EC. Korea is very reliant on the ocean, and so are Japan and Russia. So when we look at the EC, we need to understand the entire sea rather than taking a narrow scope and perspective as we did in the past. From a slightly different angle, let's look at the deep sea area from an UNCLOS perspective to the deep sea or the high seas. When UNCLOS was adopted in 1980, the deep sea issues became more complicated. There is the coastal waters, but there are also the high seas or deep sea where no particular country has jurisdiction over. For the areas outside the 200 nautical miles, that is called the high seas, and then the land part of that is called the outer continental shelf and the deep sea area. Deep sea area is governed by the ISA, and all the benefits and from resources from the deep sea has to be returned to the human community under a joint governing system. This is one of the strongest points of UNCLOS. But despite this regulation in UNCLOS, still many countries have not yet concluded the delimitation of their outer continental shelf where they have jurisdiction. This means that the deep sea area to be governed by the ISA still remains undetermined. But still, 231 billion square meters of deep sea bed or high seas have great potential for resource development and more. According to agreements, if all the countries were to claim jurisdiction, the ones in gray areas are EEZs. But if there are countries that want to extend that to beyond 200 nautical miles, and in that case, the yellow areas will belong to a certain jurisdiction of particular countries. But still, the blue remains as the deep sea area. And this indicates an uncharted area for the mankind where we do not have any knowledge of. According to the international conventions, these are the deep sea or high sea area that we can approach. First, there is the high seas. High seas remain open. Any countries can conduct marine scientific research, and any waters or marine resources from that area can be a subject of research under the current framework. But for all marine resources, for all the waters, there is the new regime, international regime under development called the BBNJ, which is taking place under the framework of UNCLOS. It is can present a new way of using marine resources, and the deep sea bed has really focused on resource exploration, but is gradually shifting to exploitation. Exploitation rules are in place, and until 2023, the rules will be finalized. The way we used marine resources and the area can now be governed by a new framework. What about the polar sea? In the case of the Arctic, it seems far away, but the polar sea still has some high sea areas beyond the EEZs, and even if the jurisdiction is extended by coastal states, still there can be a wide area that remains in the area. So the deep sea, although not yet approached, may have a much wider framework and a scope. And so research into the deep sea requires a shift in perspective towards the sea itself that we have held so far. And we need a much multidimensional perspective. For a long period of time, Korea has conducted deep sea research. Of course, the purpose was to secure mineral resources, as with all other nations. Rather than understanding the ocean itself, how to secure particular mineral resources was the focus. However, the approach we took is gradually changing. Now, we look at the open ocean factors that may impact the Korean peninsula, the high seas, interworkings, and the ocean. But of course, whether it's marine resources, life resources, biological resources, the research is still geared towards particular resources. But how to use those resources is more about how to share with the international community and how to contribute to the world. So at first, we were a latecomer, but now the research outcomes are not very pessimistic. We have reached a level where we can cooperate with the international community, but of course, there's more to be done. the interpretation of the ocean by the world, how to design, how to paint a picture of the ocean is really a big challenge, not only for Korea, but the world. Let me share with you two examples. The one on the right is the US map of information on their ocean. Despite the exploration, only 53% remain unmapped. What about the international efforts, IHO, ISA, and the GEPCO's Seabed 2030 project is mapping the global ocean. Until this year, only 24% have been mapped for all the ocean. Our knowledge, the world's knowledge, is still very much limited. Many countries are developing technology and gradually making their way into the ocean. Let's look at our neighboring countries. In the case of China, they have 4,500 meter and 7,000, 10,000, 100 meter submarine vehicle. They have a significant level of operating know-how. Japan has Sinkai 6,500. Until next year, 12,000 meter class of HOV will be developed by Japan. Since the 17th century, the world has always debated 2 points: whether to use the ocean freely or to control the ocean. This led to the governance of UNCLOS. But the ocean that UNCLOS sees today, or the international norms sees today, and the direction that the international community should take is not freedom or control, but a joint management and a joint sharing of benefits. Deep sea exploration, I think, is the first step towards that direction, going from unknown ocean to understood and known ocean under joint management. Building that framework would apply to the EC and the EC deep sea area as a common principle. Although EC remains unknown, deep sea exploration and research, it should be done not only by competition, but under a joint cooperation through a shift in direction as a dual starting point. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Yang, for your presentation.
Next, please welcome Principal Research Specialist Park Yo-sop from KIOST. He's going to talk about the master plan of National Deep Sea Research Facility Operation Center.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. Today, I'm going to talk about the National Deep Sea Research Facility Operation Center. My name is Park Yo-sop. The Maritime Robotics Test and Evaluation Center is located in Pohang, which is close to the EC. And the EC has the depth of about 2,300 kilometers. Pohang, where my center is located, and Gyeongsang Province, where Pohang is located, have their own characteristics. And within the maritime territories of Korea, and when it comes to the deep sea, after the Gyeongsangbuk-do Province were aware of this territorial identity, they announced the plan, and I was leading this project to find more about the basic infrastructure that we need for deep sea research activities. At KIOST, it is one of the leading Korean agencies in the field of ocean research activities. As you might well know, the ocean is the origin of life, And most of the food, almost most of the food, comes from the sea. And most of the transport happens through the seas. So we're working on behalf of the government, in a sense. There are many issues at hand. For instance, coastal erosion, pollution, global warming. These are major challenges that we are trying to tackle. But I believe that there are other issues as well that we need to focus on. And regarding what these issues are specifically, we wanted to have a clearer picture. And we wanted to know more about the deep sea, which we do not understand fully. And why do we lack knowledge of the deep sea? And what is the area where we can improve? And we were given a very good chance to study the deep sea that we don't have much knowledge of. And we understood that we do not have many research facilities for doing that. When it comes to the deep sea, well, it's the base for life, but it has a completely different conditions. It has no light, it's very cold, and it's high pressure. There are many species, living species in the deep sea. As Dr. Yang mentioned, 70% of the area is unexplored. Up until now, we put down a dredge to understand what living species are there underwater, but actually these were dead bodies that we researched. Or what we did was to collect living species out of sand. But now we're talking about living species that are living without oxygen, and we didn't have much of a ground for researching and studying these conditions. For new research activities, we need new tools. In Korea, this year, in order to launch space rockets, we spent more than 2 trillion won to develop Nuri, and we saw a successful launch. And we can have a closer look at the space with the presence of Nuri up in the space. And also we are seeing some successful results. This is the James Webb telescope. Compared to the images shown by Hubble telescope, you can see that the image quality is much better, and that will help us to make another leap forward in terms of space exploration. What that means is that we need more proactive investment in the field of the deep sea exploration as well. Then what tools do we need to study the sea, especially the deep sea? Basically, in real time, we want to know what happens underwater in real time. So we need monitoring systems using cables. In many countries around the world, monitor the activities with cables. Neptune in Canada, Venus, Mars. Well, actually, these were supposed to look at the activities of the Earth. And also, these were used for military purposes as well. And regarding this point, where the chairman of this session actually suggested a cabling monitoring system for the East Sea. And the second point, this was already brought up in the Dr. Yang's presentation. It's about manned submersibles And we already have the history of that, starting with Alvin in 1964. Well, actually, there was a story that tells us that we had such a vehicle in Greece, but Alvin was the first case that used SNT, and Alvin was improved on a continual basis. And with the introduction and development of Alvin, we saw the emergence of other vehicles in other countries, including China, with capacity of more than 16,000 meters. There are manned vehicles, manned vessels, and these submersibles inherently have limitations. We have limited time of operations, and in order to tackle this limitation, we saw how the world was dedicated to developing unmanned submersibles. So regarding this part, I believe Dr. Lee Pan-mook will come back to this point to share more stories about the manned and unmanned submersibles. In Korea, for the deep sea research, sampling of resources, physical, chemical observations are being done, and many scientists are putting huge efforts into these research activities. And the 6,000-meter grade Hamire successfully carried out its research activity on hydrothermal vents. And also, at my organization, we're building the underwater robots. So just to share with you a quick image of this. At my test center, this is the ROV, and this is how this is working on the Ulung Basin. And this is one of the most representative fisheries resources, white crab. And using the robot manipulator, if necessary, it can collect these living species. So within our territorial seas, I believe this is almost the first time to have this clear image out of our territorial seas. This is just the beginning point, but this device, this equipment, can only cover 3,000 meters. Hamire used to cover 6,000 meters, but it's been more than 20 years and it's quite aged. And currently, we are not fully equipped with all the necessary infrastructure and systems to carry on with this technological development. So what is important, what is crucial, is to have this deep sea research facility so that Korean scientists can get support from these organizations. The National Deep Sea Research Facility is the preliminary name that we gave to this organization. So with this facility, these are the types of solutions or services that we can provide: gliders, manned and unmanned submersibles. And regarding the glider, we have a separate presentation, so I'll just be brief. ROV, AUV, HEV, well, these points will be covered by Dr. Lee. And also, for operating these, we need motherships. Of course, we need this kind of hardware, but what's most urgent is operating these, maintaining, repairing these equipments. And for that, we need specialists for maintenance, repair, and operation. And we need permanent programs in order to maintain such facilities. I cannot really delve into the details regarding all the development process, but anyway, working with the Gyeongsangbuk, the province, and KIOST. These two parties are working closely to build building complexes, RV, AUV. Well, some of these are developed and some of these are already being commercialized. And regardless of the commercialization status, we are laying groundwork for operating the motherships. So once the government decides on its future direction, then we're good to go. So the deep sea research community, once we can build this, on the basis of this research community, there will be a variety of research organizations that can start their projects. At KIOST, KIOST is based on natural science. So for natural scientists, well, I'm talking about operational, developmental specialists. And when necessary, well, this is a very tragic case, but if you think about the case of Stella Daisy, well, when there's a sunken ship, then I believe this can be applied to the investigation of such accidents. So it's not just meeting the demands of scientists, but it's about meeting the demands of the society as well. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bach.
Next, this is a KIOST special session, but we do have an invited speaker. Professor of Oceanography Park Jong-jin of Gyeongbuk National University will present the topic Underwater Glider Innovation of Ocean Observation. Good morning. I am Park Jong-jin from Gyeongbuk National University, and I am here to present Underwater Glider Innovation of Ocean Observation. The little yellow plane-like vehicle is the underwater glider, and on the right you see the white points on the right-hand side map. That is the current location of the underwater glider. The one that was set out last September is currently conducting research. It's this time yesterday, the vehicle was gliding towards the coast of Korea. And this morning I found that the glider was heading back out to the ocean. So even as we speak, the glider is hard at work conducting research and retrieving important information for us. So I'm going to talk about what underwater glider is and what kind of activities are being conducted. First of all, before I go into underwater gliders, let me start with the difficulties of ocean observation. Climate change is a very important issue nowadays, and predicting the climate in the future is more important than ever. Even so, predicting the future, we call it forecasting. Understanding the present is called nowcasting. So we need the right nowcasting in order for us to predict the future with the right forecast. And nowcasting is done by observation. Observation itself is quite difficult to do in the ocean for three reasons. Number one, electromagnetic wave is absorbed fully by water. To sense the object, any objects, or to use sensors, we often use electromagnetic wave. But in space, where there are no interfering particles to electromagnetic waves, we are able to understand what's happening far into the distance, even for light years away. But in the ocean, electromagnetic wave is fully absorbed, so we have no idea what's happening in the oceans. Then how do we understand the ocean? We have to place the sensor underwater ourselves. To do that, we need to ride out into the sea. And this is the second challenge because operating a ship is high cost. So observation data in certain locations will incur high cost. And when we use a ship, it is weather biased, so we cannot go out in the sea where in bad weather, so that means less data. And third, biofouling, biological fouling of our data in our machines. So because ocean is very an active area, sometimes biofouling will be done on our sensors, and sometimes that leads to a huge error in the data that we retrieve. So for these reasons, we are limited in our ocean observation, and any information that we acquire on the ocean is very little, and even that little information we have sometimes is biofouled and therefore not accurate, and it is very difficult for us to understand the ocean. So nowcasting on the ocean is quite difficult to achieve. So to resolve these challenges, first we need to collect as much ocean data as possible, and that's why we are building up an autonomous ocean observation network across the ocean. So this network uses multiple robotics and vehicles to efficiently obtain as much data as possible on the ocean. But there are two issues here as well. There's the fixed observation and there's the mobile observation. For fixed observation, we call them mooring observation, which has more than 100 years of history. It's been done for a long period of time. But for mobile observation, in the past, ships were the only platform where we could conduct mobile observation. And autonomous observation was impossible to conduct, but with underwater gliders commercialized, ship observation could be replaced with underwater gliders. And that's how we came to build this network. This is run across the world. And an essential part of the network is underwater gliders. So underwater gliders use the buoyancy to glide through the water and observe the ocean. On the water surface, the water is pulled into the glider in order to submerge into the water like a submarine. And the glider would glide through the water horizontally. So it is just like how a plane flies in the air. But flying glider cannot, once it lands, cannot fly back up. But a glider can lose the water inside it and become more lighter, and with the buoyancy can rise back up to surface. So it repeats submerging itself and coming back to the surface. So it requires very little energy consumption compared to a propeller type of glider. We can deploy it and it can operate for months and move around for hundreds of kilometers. Underwater gliders, again, is a very essential part of the observation network and is often used, but it can also be used to monitor the sea ice, the fish or marine mammal monitoring, and ocean pollutions. For other special purposes, gliders are also used. Underwater glider, as long as reading the manual, turning it on, and deploying it underwater, it doesn't happen that way. It requires a very complicated system and equipment to operate underwater gliders. Otherwise, we cannot obtain the data we want. And sometimes the gliders can be damaged if operated improperly. We have our own specialized technology to run the gliders, and now we have the level of world-renowned operation of underwater gliders. After 1 or 2 years of training and some experience, anyone can work as a underwater glider pilot because we have the necessary program. We mostly focus on the EC, and we also look at the Northwest Pacific, where we operate mainly our underwater gliders. And I am going to share with you the actual case example of how we operated our gliders. So in August 2017, the one in the white is the distance covered, and the one in the purple are the areas where the NIFS ship conducted its research. So if you look at the white dots, you can see that the glider follows its path quite accurately. But this is not easy to do. It is done by specialized pilots. They operate the gliders to follow the path precisely. So the chart on the bottom are the temperature section and the salinity section obtained from the gliders on the top, and on the bottom, the ones we acquired from shipboard CTD. So you can see there's an area where there is a dramatic shift in temperature section. And underwater, we found the intrathermocline eddy, which is a very important factor in forming fishing grounds, but you do not find that well in the CTD data. This is because glider glides through horizontally and conducts a research and obtains data every 2 meters. But the shipboard CTD is acquired every 25 meters. So spatial observation by a ship is has a far interval, so the more meticulous observation is not conducted by ships. And not only spatially, but temporally as well. When we deployed in 2020 our underwater glider, we ran it for 18 days, covering a distance of 2,500 kilometers. We conducted 6 round trips with the glider, and we were able to obtain 12 sections. The main data we obtain are temperature and salinity information, and we are able to look at a temporal change in those 2 areas with a very short interval for the first time. Each section is a week apart, and you can see from the glider data that even in a span of a week, the ocean changes quite dramatically. Currently, the ship observation happens every 2 months, so that is indicated in the purple box. So as you can see that the EC is changing very quickly, but the ship data is not enough to show us the dramatic changes taking place over time. So whatever is lacking can be confirmed through the glider data. We were able to confirm that ship data is not enough. So in 2020, Typhoon Maisak passed through the EC, doing much harm to Korea. When Typhoon Maisak was passing through, the glider was at work in the sea. So when the typhoon was passing, based on that typhoon trajectory, we moved the glider to close to the typhoon and conducted a virtual mooring observation. So as you can see on the top left side, position keeping control is possible to do on an underwater glider. So we did a vertical and temporal high resolution observation very near the typhoon. And this was done for the first time in Korea. The top right graph is the temperature. The one in the purple line, that indicates the Typhoon Maisak, when Typhoon Maisak passed through. So you can see when the typhoon passes, the temperature drops but rises near surface. And deep in the ocean, there are waves that are made by the typhoon. You can see there's a very intense wave happening. But deep in the water, there's an upwelling of cold water. And after the typhoon passes through, there is a phytoplankton bloom. So these types of various reaction in the ocean to a typhoon was able to be observed. Lastly, in the South Sea, where there is very dominant tide, we also conducted an observation with underwater glider. This water is tide dominant, and the currents are 2 to 3 times faster than in the EC. So the pilots who are not familiar with running the gliders may think that they cannot operate a glider in these waters, but that's not true. Every 12 hours, the current comes back to its place, and the glider basically runs far longer than 12 hours. So sea currents do not interfere with the operation of an underwater glider. In the South Sea, for the first time, August this year, we deployed the glider and conducted the data observed and acquired data very successfully. But before we deployed the glider, we need to plan out the operation very meticulously ahead of time. For 24 kilometers offshore, we did a round-trip observation spanning 1.5 kilometers, and the glider path is indicated in gray. Although because of the sea current, the glider is swaying back and forth, it is still following the path as designed. And on the red path, we collected data along the way for spatial understanding of the ocean. So at the national level, we conduct ocean research, and 3 to 5 times higher resolution data was able to be observed and obtained with underwater glider. So again, this requires specialized equipment and training and facilities. But even if other parties are to run the glider, it is very difficult to set up the equipment and training programs and facilities needed, which is too high cost and will take a long time. So we are open to sharing what we have, the specialized staff, the technology, and the quality of programs that we have inside. So we receive requests from other organizations where they entrust us to conduct the glider operation, and we have done this since last October. We believe that these requests will only grow in the future. So in Ulsan, we are currently building a KIOST center for completion in 2024. This will be a 3-floor building to respond to various requests. In Gyeongbuk National University, we have a glider operation center set up, and for pilot operations, applications are conducted here. We have 8 underwater gliders in operation at the center. Thank you very much. And this final video is from 2018, where we deployed the glider in Northwest Pacific. Professor Cho Young-hyun from Busan National University shot this video with a drone. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Park.
다음은
Next, please welcome Dr. Lee Pan-mook of Korea Research Institute of Ships and Ocean Engineering, or KRISO. The topic of his presentation is development of underwater robots. Good morning. Just as introduced, my name is Lee Pan-mook. For underwater exploration, we need tools and equipment. In order to go to space, we need space shuttles and spaceships. Just like that, we need submersibles, manned and unmanned, in order to have an access to underwater. So within the time that I'm given, I am going to share with you the trends of manned and unmanned submersibles at home and abroad. And I'm also going to talk about what technologies you can utilize. As previously mentioned, In the East Sea, there are many living species and living organisms in the East Sea that we do not know of. And regarding the deep sea topographic information, we do not really have much of it. The East Sea also plays a very significant role in terms of its geopolitical significance. And as Ulleungdo is located at the center of the East Sea, if we can utilize this location, then I believe that we can be more advantageous in terms of having research activities in our search. And when there are accidents in the sea, we can be quicker in responding to these accidents. And for both of these cases, we can use manned and unmanned submersibles. Well, excuse me, I should have checked this. So when it comes to underwater robots, there are 5 types of underwater robots. Those that are connected through cables, these are called ROVs. And cable-less ones are AUV, autonomous underwater vehicles. What Dr. Park mentioned was gliders, and also for manned robots, we use robot manipulators. So this is a manned vehicle. And biomimetic underwater robots, well, you can think of in the robots in the form of crabs, jellyfish, and so on. So they take different forms. For deep sea exploration in Korea, we already looked at several cases of deep sea exploration, but I draw some timeline. The first manned submersible and equipment for that was introduced in 1986. At the time, the depth was rather shallow, only 250 meters. And the unmanned technology was introduced in 1990s with ROVs. And we have this Hamire, which was developed back in 2007. We have NDV, which is a mine hunting unmanned submersible. Mineral, that does the collection of minerals. And also we have other unmanned submersibles that can deal with accidents. And we have this biomimetic robot, Crabster, which was developed in 2013. So let me briefly walk you through the development process of these robots. This is the Hamire robot. It can travel down to 6,000 meters, and the weight is 4,200 kilograms, payload 200 kilograms. And using manipulators, it can carry payloads, and this can be remotely controlled. And this is how Hamire was manufactured. For it to be operated in deep sea, we have to make sure that the operation is reliable and it is corrosion resistant, and also we should be able to power all the necessary equipment. Signals and power have to be connected. So this is the welding process and non-destructive inspection process that followed. And with 10 meters, there is additional 1 bar added. So the embedded devices and how these were cabled and how these were tested on land So these pictures shows the brief manufacturing process. And in order to do the service control, this shows how it was ergonomically placed to do the control on land. So 6,000 meters means 600 bar. We must have to test the pressure. At the time of the development of Hemire, we didn't have hyperbaric chambers, and we got support from Japan to do the testing. And we also need these additional equipment, and now we do have hyperbaric chambers in Korea. And these chambers and this basic infrastructure is being utilized for testing in Korea now. Even though we have this infrastructure for operations and testing of this infrastructure, we'll need more support.
지금 이런 장비
So in order to develop such underwater robots, well, we have to check how these robots move, and we have to check whether they meet the design speed. So we do the performance test. So what you can see from the image is what hydrodynamic characteristics they show when they move. And based on this, we can come up with figure-based models, and this can be applied to developing digital twins. So what you see from the screen is from the South Sea Research Center, and they're doing the speed test. And in the case of the battery, we are checking whether the design capacity can be fully utilized. And also what's important is it has to follow the route. So basically we have this inertial motion unit, but it also has to work with the on-land GPS, and using the acoustic positioning system, we converge these technologies so that we can be more precise in terms of technology. And the image that I'm showing, well, it seems like I have some issues with this flicker. Using Hemire, this is the exploration of the EC. And this one is from the West Pacific. So around the forecast vent, this was how Hemire was sent to do the survey around the forecast vents. And the next one is a black smoker in the West Pacific that was found below 3,000 meters underwater. It's about 4-meter high chimney, basically, and you can see that there's an ecosystem that's around the chimney, and you can see the mineral particles, which are shown in black. So you can collect these materials to do the survey. And also in the West and South Sea, when the water is very turbid, it's very difficult to use optical technology, and in this case, we can utilize infrared cameras to do the underwater exploration. And this is about recovery and search for iron kettles with metal detectors. So what's recovered is analyzed and processed, and the samples are stored for further investigation. And this is the new type of underwater robot. So this is basically a combination of a crab and a lobster. This is called crabster. It has 6 legs and it's a walking robot underwater. And when it is floating on the surface, it moves like it's rowing. We have 2 different types to cover both 200 meters and 6,000 meters. For those areas where ROVs and AUVs cannot be very active, these crabsters can be utilized, and they can crawl to these areas to do the search. This clip shows how the crabster was utilized to do the search for heritage underwater. So let me just quickly give you the idea. We are seeing the development of new types of underwater robots. This is from the United States, from Nauticus Robotics, and this is the underwater robot. When it moves, it has a form of an AUV, but when it starts working, then the main body is separated into the top and bottom parts. And it looks like a cylinder to carry out its work. So it's basically a new concept applied to this particular model. And it's an autonomous system. Unlike ROV that is remotely operated on the surface, this one can operate autonomously. AI is utilized for this model. And AI does the control of the movement of this robot. As other presenters mentioned, we're seeing the development of submersibles that can cover up to 11,000 meters, and also this limit factor, which is being commercialized. It is having a test navigation. And Korea also had a plan for developing such submersibles. But currently, we are in the process of comparing the advantages and disadvantages of manned and unmanned technologies so that we can choose the best technology that we need. And what we can think of is the hybrid type. We called it the Big Underwater Autonomous Robot, or UAR. And with this, we are combining manned and unmanned technologies with the support of AI. So once we go into water on the manned submersible, well, we can actually feel the site and feel what it's like to be underwater. And I actually had such an experience myself, and it was miraculous to see all the living species underwater. So in the case of manned submersibles, of course, we will need to further develop this as well. But if we can combine this with the technology of unmanned submersibles, then we can have more future opportunities for this area. For manned technology, we have time limitation. But if we go unmanned, then we would be free from this limitation and have more opportunity for the sea. Thank you. Dr. Lee, thank you very much for your presentation.
Next, we have Dr. Han Tae-ki from KIOST on Korea's very first development of underwater space platform project.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. I am Han Tae-ki from KIOST. I would like to present on the development of underwater space platform. This year, we have taken on a new science project, and I will introduce the project. But before that, let me start with the background. I think the flicker isn't working properly. So when we think of underwater, the
생각을 이제 하는데 먼저
underwater world, well, I apologize for not preparing my slides in Korean, in English. So when we think about the underwater world, we think of underwater cities, and underwater cities are often compared with space cities. And so far, many films have showed, and animated films have showed space cities and underwater cities. Space cities are bright and pioneering and adventurous, but underwater cities seem very horrific and depressive. That may be because for space is full of light and is bright. So the space has this image of being very bright, but underwater there's no water, so underwater will be very dark. And perhaps that's why there are two different pictures painted of space cities and underwater cities. And earlier you heard that it's very difficult to observe the ocean.
잘 안 넘어가네요.
I can't seem to be controlling this, but comparing the underwater versus the space, the space is a world of light, whereas the ocean is a world of darkness. In space, there is no air. It is a world of vacuum, but in the water, it is full of high pressure and water. In the space, there's no gravity, but in the ocean, deep down, there will be low temperature. In space, there's very high temperature where there is light and very low temperature where there are none. So both worlds are very extreme. But the deep down in the ocean remained an unknown world, whereas we had some observation of this space. And we heard repeatedly that observing the ocean is very difficult. But space, there are commercial usage now, and there have been much support provided to spatial exploration. First, for the military activities, but mostly because observing the space is possible with immediate results. Even if we do not go to space, we can see the universe, and we can use telescopes and electromagnetic telescopes for immediate observation and results. But in the ocean, there's no light, so unless we go down physically underwater, we cannot look at the ocean. So we do need equipment to conduct that research, and that's why we can map out the moon, the Mars, and the space, not so for the ocean. And the research does not produce immediate results because we have to physically be present underwater. And so the ocean space remains unmapped. So both for space and ocean, the beginning was military. And there were regime competitions, so there was no consideration given to economic viability. But now space has reached the commercial stage, but for ocean, that's not the case. For space, there's commercial development because so far there was so much investment made without consideration to economic viability. But for the ocean, initially there was large investment, but ICBM and submerged submarine launched missile system. Once those came on board, there was no point in making further investment on the ocean. So these are some of the space technology used in daily life. NASA used to make huge investments. Again, without considering economic viability, this led to great wide scope of technologies that led to the private sector that really creates a lot of economic value. For instance, Nike air cushion originated from where astronauts spend a long period of time out in space, and that would weaken their bones. And once they return to Earth, it'll be very shocking to their bodies. So sometimes their bones would break. So NASA developed a technology to put air cushion under the shoes to buffer the shock, which led to Nike air cushion. There's LASIK operation. There's fuel cells. And shape memory alloy, and medical remote medicine for the astronauts as well. And we used to joke that because there is no gravity in the space, you cannot use pens. So NASA developed a space-friendly ballpoint pen. And they met with Russian astronauts and boasted that pen, saying that we can use this pen in space. And then the Russians responded by saying that, well, we just used the pencil. So that was one of the, it was considered to be a big failure of making unnecessary investment, but that it really is the zero pen that you use today, and it has created a huge economic value. And in the ocean, we need extreme conditions and we need converged extreme technologies. And we believe that ocean technology can develop into commercial technology as well. So we basically aim at building an underwater base or a place where people can live underwater. And this, I think, is similar in concept to the space station. So we can use the underwater space, starting with tourism, and we will be using more advanced technology for scientific and military purposes, and ultimately to build a base where people can live in underwater cities. Economically speaking, the one with the best benefits with the smallest amount of investment required would be underwater tourism and leisure. China, for military purposes, is developing underwater space, and in the U.S., there's Aquarius, which is the only underwater platform in operation in the world. This has been used to develop space technology and diving technology. So if we were to develop underwater space and platforms, scientifically, we can make use of these purposes for these purposes. Underwater environment can be used for scientific research, underwater observation, meteorological or ocean phenomenon observation, or military drones, expanding the use of drones. Training site for deep sea divers and astronauts as well. And submarine bases. So right now, one is in we have an underwater data center as part of our project, and Microsoft has conducted this until the first half of this year, and we went to see for ourselves. In the global ICT industry, 20% of the electricity used are used by the data center. And 50% of that data center electricity is for cooling purposes. And recently we saw the Kakao fire incident. Data centers are very important, and we have more and more data centers being built, and they will be using up more and more electricity. To reduce the power used, MS has developed their underwater data center and tested and found that they are able to use 50% less energy. Stability is actually 8 times higher. Reliability is 8 times higher. And there's a lot of failures that occur with onshore data centers, but underwater data centers are far less showed far less failures, and only a few failures were really minor issues with cables disconnected while being shipped over to the site. And we have issued a patent of optimizing the heat releasing system and to use the seawater through the duct to cool down the data center. And next, we also have hydrogen storage systems or underwater tourism purposes and rescue purposes as well. So again, this is the hotel and leisure tourism purpose that underwater space can serve. This is the area where we can immediately reap economic results because the lowest level of technology is required. Right now, these leisure facilities are being built about 5 meters underwater, and there are many different plans and operations. Some are completely independent from shore, some are connected. One wall is open to the ocean while the rest is connected to shore. For instance, for Dubai, Atlantis, the Palm, the facilities are you can see the ocean with one of the walls, through one of the walls in your guest room, and it's about 30 million won per day. Higher the income, better the technology, then people will move further out into the ocean for more expensive experience. That means higher the people's income, the more advanced hotels, luxurious hotels will be sought after. And currently, oil and gas is the largest ocean industry, but leisure and hotels will eventually surpass oil and gas. So this is how you classify the underwater structures in terms of technological development and the purposes they serve. So based on the energy and space, whether they are independent or connected to the shore, there are 4 types. The lowest level of technology can be found in type 1, where energy is connected to shore and the space is also connected to the land. This would be hotel and leisure side. The most technologically advanced type would be type 4. This will mostly be like a submarine. The current project is in type 1 and it reaching all the way to type 4. Type 1 is so type 2 is the first level of our research, where spatially the base is connected to land, and energy-wise independent from land, energy-wise it is connected. So there have been many different research all the way from the military purposes to today. And it all began with submarine research and developing space technology. In days and months, they have run and they have been fully decommissioned. And another key point is that not the air pressure, but water pressure was used for these bases, because the purpose of building these facilities was to develop diving technology and how long divers could dive. Aquarius is the only remaining lab, but our purpose is slightly different. We want to look at how underwater people could live in the same conditions as onshore. We want to create that same condition underwater. So we use air pressure, not the water pressure, in our space, the platform that we are building. So using air pressure in the underwater lab would be built for the first time in the world once we build it. Aquarius is again remaining And as you can see here, it is open to the general public. It used to be operated by NOAA, but that has been transferred to the University of Florida. And in summer, we will be going there and signing an MOU. It takes $2,000 to enter Aquarius. And there are many YouTube videos featuring Aquarius. And these are some of the considerations we need to give when planning underwater platforms and what technologies will be needed. Site selection and construction technologies. There were a number of equipment that you saw earlier. There will be survey equipment for site selection. There will be construction technologies and equipment for the actual construction, and life support equipment, rescue equipment, creation equipment, residential equipment, and energy supply equipment as well. So let me end my presentation with this video. Could you bring down the volume on the video a little bit?
를 차지하는 바다. 그 속엔 엄청난 해양 자원들이 잠자고 있습니다. 육상 자원의 고갈로 인해 세계 각국은 해양 자원 개발을 서두르고 있으며 환경 오염, 인구 증가, 해수면 상승 등에 대비한 해저 주거 공간 확보에 눈을 돌리고 있습니다. 한국해양과학기술원의 연안개발 에너지연구센터 역시 관련 기술을 개발하고 있죠. 한국해양과학기술원이 2026년까지 1단계로 건설할 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 수심 30m에 1562 입방미터 규모로 건설되어 3명의 연구원이 최대 28일간 체류할 수 있는 다목적 소형 해저공간 구조물입니다. 현재 유일하게 운영되고 있는 미국의 아쿠아리우스 기지가 수심 18m임을 감안하면 보다 진보된 시설이라 할 수 있죠. 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 확장 가능한 모듈형으로서 메인 모듈을 중심으로 거주 모듈, 잠수 챔버 모듈, 그리고 해저 데이터 센터 모듈이 연결된 형태로 구성됩니다. 각 모듈은 높은 수압을 견딜 수 있는 쇠 형태로 제작됩니다. 강철 소재의 외벽과 고강도 플라스틱 수지인 메타크릴 수지 글라스를 활용해 내구성을 극대화하죠. 전력은 해저 케이블을 통해 육상으로부터 공급받으며 에너지 저장 장치인 ESS 비상전원을 운영합니다. 메인 모듈은 해저공간 플랫폼 내에서 관측 및 연구 활동을 수행하는 공간으로 다양한 연구 장비와 모듈 전체를 운영하는 시스템이 탑재됩니다. 플랫폼 운영 시스템은 기지 안전 상태, 압력 상태는 물론 산소 및 이산화탄소 포화도, 공기 정화 상태 및 전력 운영 상태 등을 실시간 모니터링하며 자동으로 최적의 플랫폼 상태를 유지합니다. 거주 모듈은 연구원들의 쾌적한 생활 환경을 제공하는 한편 해저 공간에서의 주거 환경에 대한 과학적인 데이터 수집을 위해 운영됩니다. 이렇게 수집된 데이터는 향후 해저 레저 시설 및 해저 도시 건설과 운영에 활용될 예정이죠. 잠수 챔버 모듈은 플랫폼의 출입구로서 출입 공간과 잠수병 예방을 위한 감압 공간으로 구성됩니다. 인간의 출입뿐만 아니라 플랫폼 내 필요한 식량 및 생활용품의 공급 및 폐기물 수거를 위한 기능을 수행하며 감압 챔버는 잠수병 치료와 연구를 위한 시설로도 활용될 예정입니다. 한국형 해저공간 플랫폼은 해양과학뿐만 아니라 ICT와 연계된 산업지원 연구도 수행합니다. 데이터 센터 모듈은 최근 주목받고 있는 해저 데이터 센터 구축 및 운영을 위한 기반 연구에 활용됩니다. 해저 데이터 센터 모듈은 평균 수온 4도씨의 무한한 냉각수가 데이터 센터에서 발생하는 열을 무동력으로 냉각시킴으로써 데이터 센터 운영비를 50% 이상 절감할 수 있게 하죠. 한국형 해저 공간 플랫폼은 육상에서 제작된 모듈을 해저에서 조립하는 방식으로 건설되는데 수중 로봇을 적극 활용하여 극한의 작업 조건 속에서도 건설과 유지 보수 작업을 신속하고 정확하게 수행합니다. 위기 상황이 발생할 경우 안전관리 시스템은 긴급 대피를 유도한 후 통로를 차단합니다. 피해가 심각할 경우 탈출 슈트를 착용하고 긴급 탈출을 수행하죠. 레저 휴양에서 해저도시 건설과 해양자원 개발까지 무한한 해양자원 확보를 향한 위대한 첫걸음. 한국형
예, 한 3분 정도만 사업 속.
So let me just use 3 more minutes on project introduction. So we started phase 1, and until 2026 we will be conducting our project. The purpose is to build an underwater space construction and manage the construction with technological development and testbed development. It will be 30 meters deep. The target is for 50 meters for 5 people to live. And so the structure will be built in a way that it can withstand a depth of 50 meters underwater. And here, as you saw in the video, the habitation model, data center model, chamber model are the main research models. So this video was made last year. And this year, the model has slightly switched. So this project was really rushed through, and without developing our source technology, we used the MOF technology and their R&D results to reduce the cost. So all the R&D outcome will be pulled together, and only the technology that is lacking are separately developed. Design, construction, operation, and maintenance technologies will be developed. KIOST is leading the project. We have a consortium with a number of organizations like CRISO, Korea Register, KIOST, and many other entrusted organizations. And Ulsan Metropolitan City is providing a support as a local government. And so that is the role assumed by different organizations. KIOST will oversee the entire project for medical or data center building. For data center, SK Telecom is involved, and for construction, Hyundai Construction is the constructor. So until last year, we have completed phase 1, and phase 2 and 3 is planned out for 2024. And if plan goes through, about 550 billion won will be used in budget, and I will do our best to make this a successful project. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Han, for your presentation. So this is the very first attempt of building an underwater platform. I hope that this becomes a new platform for underwater research. Thank you.
Next, please welcome our last presenter, Mr. Kim Yoon-bae, Chief of Ulleungdo Dokdo Ocean Science Station. He's going to talk about characteristics of the EC and the importance of Ulleungdo Dokdo Islands as an advanced base for the EC research. Good morning. I work at Dokdo Ocean Science Station of KIOST. So the image that you see is the Ulleungdo Island, 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers, and it's about 90 meters high. And in between, you can see the science station that I work for. So today, I'm going to talk about the research in the EC, and specifically, I'll focus on the characteristics of the EC. This is the total area, I already mentioned this. It's 1 million square kilometers, and it's international waters under the jurisdiction of different nations. So in order to get the full picture of these islands, we have to understand the relationships of different nations. And one presenter mentioned that the depth of the EC is 2,950 meters, but that covers only, well, if we are talking about the jurisdiction, well, Korea, well, if you think about Korea's jurisdiction, well, the depth, maximum depth is about 4,000 meters, which is quite deep. And 90% of the island is deeper than 200 meters, and we have to pay attention to this fact. What that means is, well, the temperature is almost 1 degree Celsius, which is quite cold. So it's like it's surrounded by a refrigerator. It's a very cold condition. And the average depth is about 1,700 meters. And this is where the East Sea is located in the global map. Well, this has actually not been updated. But if you look at the different colors, the cold and warm currents cross around the East Sea. So regarding other seas, including the Mediterranean, you can see that the East Sea is where the crossing of cold and warm currents happen. And it is located in the front of the ecosystem. And this is a factor that affects the changing environment of the Korean Peninsula. Like I said before, in the southern part of the East Sea, we can see the warm currents, and from the north, we see the cold currents. And around these currents, you can see Ulleungdo and Dokdo. And due to climate change, from the southern part of the East Sea, you can see that the currents are moving northwards, and the fronts are shifting towards the north in summer and winter. On the right-hand side, you can see the image. This is the surface and deep sea movement. So the deep current is formed from the Russian area, and this shows how it is moving counterclockwise and how it is leaving this area. So up until now, while we did have lots of research outcomes regarding Ulleungdo and Dokdo, but I believe that we can do further and have more sufficient data regarding Ulleungdo and Dokdo. Regarding the characteristics of the East Sea, well, I'll do the comparison to the North Pacific and the Bering Sea. I boarded the Araon myself, and this is the data that shows the oxygen level, surface the sea temperature, and you can see that the DO level is quite noticeable for the East Sea. And you can see the unique structure of Dokdo's, of the Eastern Sea's deep water, and also you can see that there are different types. So unlike the North Pacific and the Bering Sea, you can see that the East Sea has very unique characteristics, and the circulation happens in 50 years. So the East Sea is called the miniature ocean. The East Sea has lots of fluctuations in terms of time and space. So The image from the left-hand side shows the northern part of the surface water. And as you can see in the middle, around Ulleungdo and Dokdo, in terms of time and space, you can see the movement is quite active. And due to this very fact that it is very active, we have the cycle of about 50 days when it comes to the large fluctuations. And of course, we have shorter cycles like 3 to 4 days. But we are considering these large fluctuations of about 50 days. And with this 2-month data, we believe that we understand we have to have more precise observation of its movement. And this is the buoy case. And this shows the different distribution for 2013 and 2014. And you can tell from these pictures that the fluctuations and the flows differ every 40 or 50 days, and that affects temperatures and salinity. And in the case of 2013, you can see that the structure is very complicated, whereas the structure for 2014, you can see consistent flow for the seawater. So, like I said, the EC has very large fluctuations annually. In order to understand the EC better, we need concentrated observations, and we should be able to understand the complicated fluctuations with different platforms. And on the basis of these large fluctuations lies these eddies, cold and warm Ullung eddies. So there are different types of eddies around the EC, and these lead to the fluctuations. Another thing about the EC, what we need to pay attention to, is in the North Pacific, the sea temperature is increasing drastically. And according to the survey, around the Ulleungdo area, you can see that the sea level rise is significant. And this is the data of the surface water. And it looked at how many days or how much time it maintained the level of 20 degrees Celsius. And we used to have 70 days in the past, but recently it's about 140 days. And as of now, it's about 22.7 degrees Celsius. And even in October and November, we can see that the sea temperature is rather high. And it shows the most dramatic increase in the level of sea temperature compared to other North Pacific areas. And this is the comparison between the past and the present, pictures taken from Dokdo. And what's noticeable is that the sea level rose between the two periods. If it's in the West Sea, we can say that this is a tidal current, but the tidal difference in Dokdo is less than 10 centimeters. So that doesn't really explain the two different pictures. And what these pictures basically show is that the sea level rose between the two periods. And with the rising sea temperature, well, this is when Typhoon Maisak hit Ulleungdo. About 50 ton. This structure, and you can see that the bank was damaged due to the typhoon. And with the increasing SST, and also we are seeing the increasing frequency of typhoons, we are seeing more and more natural disasters in this area. And in the EC and around the Dokdo area, we see lots of squid catches. And this shows the figures for squid catches compared to the past past years. And of course, there can be different factors that we need to consider, but the biggest reason why this was decreased is because the fishing grounds for squid are changing. Normally, the squid is caught when the cold and warm currents meet and cross. But now we're seeing the northern shift of the subpolar front due to an increase in the strength of warm ocean currents in the East Sea. And with the fishing grounds moving northwards, and with Chinese vessels coming to the northern part of the East Sea, well, these all led to the reduced catches of the squid. Climate change, sea level rise, and natural disasters like typhoons, well, these are the various factors that led to the result. And compared to the last 100 years, well, many academics warn us that these trends will be identified far more frequently. So for the next 100 years, the SST will rise by 2 times, and the temperature and related factors will change accordingly. The reason why we study the ocean is not just about understanding the present, but we want to be able to forecast the future as well. We want to have good prediction about the future so that the society is better prepared. It's not just the role of the meteorological agency, but in the field of ocean industry, I believe that there's much more room for improvement. Even though we make lots of estimates and forecasts, well, actually, the data that we get in reality quite differs from what we predicted. So these are the models that we need in order to increase the accuracy of such data. And in the case of Bermuda Atlantic time series study, this is the mooring observation in order to have various observation data. And I hope that this is what we can apply to the East Sea so that we can increase the accuracy of data. This is my last slide. In order to have a study of the East Sea and underwater exploration, well, this is the infrastructure that we need to consider. We have various infrastructure. These are ferries, and this is the meteorological agency. And at KIOST, it has buoys for Ulleungdo and Dokdo areas. And also KIOST has many branches across Korea, including Jeju Island, Ulsan, Pohang, Ulleung, and Ulsan. We have to be able to utilize all these networks of KIOST branches and try different baseline research approaches. Understanding the marine environment and ecosystem is also another important thing that we need to have in mind in our future research activities. So there can be various factors that I specified that we need to bear in mind going forward. And I believe that we can have more active research activities based on these factors. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Kim. We are running behind our schedule, but regarding the presentations, if we have any questions from the floor, maybe we can take 1 or 2 of them. If none, and if you think of a question later, then you can upload it on the website. With this, I'd like to conclude this morning's session. I'd like to thank all the presenters. This closes our KIOST special session. Thank you very much to all the participants from around the world.
키오스트 스페셜 세션.
I would like to thank Professor Choi Bok-kyung for moderating this kiosk special session. The morning session of kiosk special is now has now been concluded. Please enjoy lunch, and we will see you back here for the Marine Design Forum. We have online events and many prizes waiting for you, so we ask for your active participation. Please enjoy the Marine Day. Thank you.
The 16th World Ocean Forum will be held as a hybrid forum in Busan, the capital of Northeast Asia. Time to listen to the world's renowned marine environment experts to make ocean as uniters. You can participate in the forum in person or online to listen to professional sessions and various events for sustainable development and check the trends of the global maritime industries faster than anyone else. We invite you to the 16th World Ocean Forum to be held in Lotte Hotel Busan for 3 days from October 25th to the 27th.
Busan, Korea is already reaching the entire world, like ocean waves that travel far and wide. It's Busan, the perfect World Expo city, transforming our world, navigating toward a better future.
The ocean is a major source of life, food and livelihoods for 3 billion people across the planet. For over 60 years, UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission has been working at the heart of the United Nations to generate the knowledge we need to conserve and manage this global marine ecosystem. We coordinate sciences, observations, data, and tsunami warning systems. We deliver knowledge, scientific understanding, and capacities to ensure the ocean is managed sustainably and equitably for the benefit of humanity and the planet alike. As ocean pollution, acidification, and warming grow, KIOST's role has become crucial as the UN platform to discuss the increasingly relevant issue of ocean health and climate change, in bringing nations together and fostering exchanges between governments, society, and scientists, as well as in providing to the extended oceanographic community access to data, information, and science. From UN conventions to community-based meetings, we bring to the table authoritative, vital ocean data to inform policy decisions, to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and ultimately to harmonize humanity's relationship with the planet. To face a climate crisis of planetary scale, we are bringing together the world's leading expertise, decision makers, action-driven innovators, and engaged citizens around the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Join us to co-design and co-deliver transformative ocean science solutions to create the ocean we want. You too can be part of the ocean knowledge revolution.
This is the news at 7 p.m. The new climate report from the UN says that cuts in enough to reduce greenhouse gases. A radical change is needed in how food is produced. That is to say, fewer calories.
We're always told we need to stop. Stop driving. Stop flying. Stop using plastic bags. Stop eating meat. Stop ignoring the science. But science also tells us that just stopping won't be enough on its own. If we're going to save our future, we also need to start. Start thinking outside the box. Start managing marine resources more productively. Start developing more climate-friendly technology for waterborne transport. With innovation, we can rid the oceans of microplastics. The forces of nature are fundamentally sustainable. We must make the most of it. The world needs more ideas. Solutions not yet thought of. This is not the time to stop. Especially now, when we're just getting started.
The ocean has always been a part of us Norwegians. It has provided us with wealth and prosperity, fisheries, shipping, offshore oil and gas. Now we're on the brink of a new digital age, facing global challenges to sustainability, where the jobs we create must support a green future. The solutions to many of our challenges lie in the oceans. But in light of these new challenges, we must learn to adapt in step with change. Ocean Space Center is the key to our ocean-based industries of tomorrow, a cross-disciplinary center for both established and new industries that will bridge the gap between resource and knowledge economy, connect and develop all disciplines within the maritime industries. In Ocean Space Center, simulations and model experiments will run in parallel to prevent accidents and damage to the environment. This is where industry and researchers will develop new concepts for renewable and cleaner energy production, as well as efficient energy consumption. At Ocean Space Center, future maritime transport systems will be created and tested, like autonomous systems that open up new markets for shipping and advanced technologies. This is where our knowledge and experience about materials and maritime constructions put us in the forefront of developing solutions for emerging industries. At Ocean Space Center, Norway's technological advantage will provide the key to sustainable aquaculture concepts and harvesting of species further down the food chain. This is where we develop research and technology that will clean up the oceans and protect our ecosystems while there is still time. Maybe the next great medical breakthrough comes from an organism living in our oceans. Ocean Space Center is both ambitious and essential. World-leading physical laboratories and digital tools, combined with excellent research, will help tomorrow's solutions become reality. The next generation of research scientists and ocean space technologists will retain and strengthen Norwegian competitiveness and develop a sustainable global ocean industry. The ocean has always been a part of us Norwegians. Ocean Space Center will keep us connected in the future.
Starting at 1:30 p.m., the marine design session will start. I'd like to ask all participants to kindly be seated. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided for this session. Those of you who need interpretation, please set your receiver channels to number 1 for Korean and number 2 for English. If you do not have a receiver, or if you have trouble turning on your receivers, please ask for assistance from our staff. And after the event is over, please return the receivers on your way out.
안녕하십니까?
Good day. We are now ready for the second session this afternoon. This year, the WOF newly prepared a marine design session in collaboration with the Design Council Busan. I ask you for your keen interest and participation. Before we start, let me introduce the moderator. General Manager Park Jae-hyun of the Head Office of Support at Design Council Busan is here with us. Please give a warm welcoming hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Park Jae-hyun from Design Council Busan. We have the presenters for the marine design session. Professor of Industrial Design from Keimyung College University, Professor Kim Soo-hwan, President Seo Yong-seok of Research Institute of Medium and Small Shipping, Mr. Shin Hong-woo, CEO of Creative Purse, and Mr. Park Chul-hoon, CEO of Parkwood Design. Thank you. And we also have President Yoon Jang-won of Southeast of Korea Design Industry Association and Senior Engineer Lee Jong-jin of Accommodation Design at SHI. Thank you for your participation as panelists, and thank you to all participants. After the World Ocean Forum a few years ago, we had to stop the marine design session, and this is the new marine design session that we prepared for the first time in 8 years. So of course, this brings together marine ecosystem, the reduction and dwindling of the marine fishing community, revitalizing the ocean economy, carbon emissions, zero harm ocean industry. To become a leader in ocean industries, marine design presents a new way forward for Korea. And for the pop culture to meet with the ocean culture here in Busan, because Busan Port has the history of opening up its own doors for the first time in Korea to the world, I think it is a fitting platform to discuss the rapid emergence of AI, big data, cloud computing technology, and the ocean industry in general. So against this backdrop, research in marine design is very much needed, but unfortunately, design innovation and the strong brand power we have, compared to that, various areas of marine design of applying with cutting-edge technology is where we need to do more work. Korea is a peninsula, but it is divided into North and South, so South Korea is more like an island. And the ocean industry and design industry should pursue closer cooperation, and in that sense, it is encouraging to have this marine design session. The topic is Trends and Future Prospects of Shipbuilding Design. The first presentation will be done by Professor of Industrial Design, Mr. Kim Soo-hwan from Keimyung College University, on the designer's role and strategic response in the future marine industry. Then we will look at the design trend for small and medium ships. The presentation will be done by President Seo Yong-seok of the Research Institute of Medium and Small Shipbuilding. The third presenter is Mr. Shin Hong-woo, CEO of Creative Purse. And the fourth presentation will be by Mr. Park Chul-hoon, CEO of Parkwood Design. Mr. Park is in Morocco at the moment, and he has sent us a video presentation. And before we start the first presentation, the organizer, President Kang Pil-hyun of Design Council Busan, will share with us the welcoming remarks.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kang Pil-hyun. I'm the president of Design Council Busan. Thank you very much for your attendance today. For this 16th World Ocean Forum 2022, there were so many people who worked so hard to make this a success. So I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to them for their hard work. Just as the chair said, we have distinguished presenters, and for example, we have Professor Kim Soo-hwan from Kaemyong College University, and he's going to talk about designer's role in strategic response. And from the Research Institute of Medium and Small Shipbuilding, we have President Seo Yong-seok. And from Creative Purse, which is a leading company in terms of ship design, we have CEO Shin Hong-woo, and we have a CEO Park Chul-hun of Parkwood Design. On the basis of these presentations, we will have diverse discussions, and also we have very distinguished audience as well and panelists. For our panelists, we have President Yoon Sang-won of Southeast of Korea Design Industry Association and Senior Engineer Lee Jong-jin of Samsung Heavy Industries. We hope that we can have active discussions. We are marking and celebrating the 16th anniversary of the Design Council Busan. And when it comes to the importance of design, many advanced nations around the world understand how design plays a crucial role. And we are seeing switching to customer-oriented trends. When it comes to ocean design, marine design, and creating markets for marine design, I believe that we can do further to create even bigger markets, as we failed to do so. By looking at different industries, I believe that we can create more opportunities by changing our fundamentals. Today we're going to talk about the combination of design and ocean, how these two can work together. When it comes to the marine industry, it's heavily centered around port transport, heavy industries, and fisheries. These are the major industries. But the role of design in the marine industry is really about creating future markets. And as we are on a journey to ESG management, I believe that these items are closely related. So developing our capabilities in this field for future opportunities in the field of marine design is what we are here to do. Starting from Busan, which is a center of Korea's marine industry, we can become an advanced nation and advanced leader, and this design is going to be handled with the utmost importance. For companies in the field of heavy industries and beyond resource development, it entails food, bio, and other relevant industries, and this will lead us to future innovation and will enjoy further growth. Just like I said before, it's not just R&D, and instead of just putting words before marine design, it's not just about a fancy word, but Design Council Busan will do its utmost to support this way forward. I hope that today serves as a stepping point, as a beginning point for us to join forces. And we will begin our session with the presentation of Professor Kim Soo-hwan, and President Seo Yong-seok is going to look at some of the recent trends for small and medium-sized ships. And also, in the third and fourth presentations, we will have presentations by CEO Shin Hong-woo and CEO Park Chul-hun. Looking at these specific cases, I believe we can learn more about how we can combine design with the ocean. I hope today's session is a fruitful one. Thank you.
네, 강필원 원장님 인사 한 말씀.
Thank you, President Kang, for your kind words. Let me invite the first speaker, Professor Kim Soo-hwan of Industrial Design of Kaemyeong College University. The topic is Designer's Role in Strategic Response in the Future Marine Industry. Please welcome Professor Kim with a big hand. Professor Kim was a senior designer for JTEC, and he designed the Creature Novia, and at the SHI, he also designed ocean-going ships.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Soo-hwan from the Industrial Design Department of Kaemyeong College University. I am very delighted as a designer myself to find that the marine design session has been installed as part of the WOF. I would like to present on designers' role and strategic response in the future marine industry. As mentioned before, in the 21st century, the world is experiencing in automobile, electronics, and architecture a design innovation as well as technological innovation. But for ships focused on the ocean industry, its design is not advancing. Although Korea has a number of large shipyards and is a shipbuilding powerhouse, the design capability is not fully applied to ships. For more than 20 years, I have designed ships, but I have met only a few ship designers in Korea. Of course, ship design requires special criteria, standard, and construction method, unlike the on-land building, but development of talents is also very important. Hundreds of large ships are built every year, but why is not the design sector more active? Of course, we must focus on the particular purpose of ships, and design was not an area of focus. But then Korean shipyards have more than 25 years of building large passenger ships. But for large passenger ships, ships are ordered to companies and not to individuals. For large car ferries, $1.5 trillion plus is the cost for building a car ferry. From their construction company all the way down to the workers, they will be hired to meet the needs of the client. And the shipbuilding company will choose the design. Unlike automobiles that are well-performing, that sell well, ships are not like that. Then how do designers respond, and what are their roles? Let's go through the changes, the trends of the ship design, and the need for shipbuilding design. As mentioned before, Korea has 25 years plus of experience in designing large passenger ships. Hyundai, Daewoo, Samsung Heavy Industries are the main shipbuilders. They provide ships to Blue Star Ferry, Minoan of Greece, Norfolk, Stena, and Kotonaf. Most of the European large shipping companies' ships have been built in Korea. So Korea has the world's best construction capabilities. Also, after basic design, there are cruise projects that did not really be built or not built. For example, Utopia Residence Cruise by Samsung Heavy Industries, because of the financing issues and because of a down cycle in the shipbuilding. This was one of the last remaining unfinished projects. Rather than living, this cruise is focused on travel, and it requires repetitive designs, same design of cabins that repeat over throughout the cruise ship. So for a Korean type of cruise ship, this was a very well-fitting. It is a 100,000 ton grade, a large cruise ship, and it was going to be built as a type of lotting out the spaces to the users, like an apartment building. So there are two major changes in the paradigm of ship design. Large shipping companies are focusing on carriers, and medium-sized companies are starting to design the passenger ships. And secondly, second-hand vessels used to be retrofitted into these ships, but new builds are the new trend. It was very unfortunate to see these old ships go to waste, but now we are seeing more new builds, and companies are placing new orders. And in terms of design, yard architects, so overseas designer and yard constructions, were working in coordination, but they started to design the ships themselves. So in passenger ship design, what is the role of a designer? Before going into that role, let's look at the total design process for a passenger ship. First, we need to go through the concept design to design the concept and choose the material. This is when the interior grade will be determined before contract is signed. So this has an impact on the steps to come, and then basic design by the yard engineer will be done. Accommodation arrangements and rules and regulations will be done here. And this is where most of the issues arise. And third, based on the basic design, we go into the interior engineer step of shop drawing. And finally, based on the drawing and fitting the quality standards, the yard will start building the ship. This is very different from other construction. For construction companies new to this market, this is a very difficult process of building ships to design. So as you can see on the right-hand side, Korean market is rarely focused on the right-hand side only. The basic drawing will be done with the yard engineer, and interior quality and design is presented, and yard benefits should be also maximized by the yard designer. Then what are the problems? An architect, by architect I mean the designer hired by the ship owner. So architect is the overseeing designer who is involved in the design, the material selection, and the quality of construction. The architect has a huge impact on the cost of building. And so a shipyard in building the ship cannot just be based on building the ship with their construction capability. They need to shift their construction method to fit the needs of the ship owner. But the main decision making is always done by architects. So, to elaborate on the construction method, ships, unlike on land architecture, are built on the dry dock. With the prefabrication, on board everything is just simply assembled. This way we can reduce the construction period, prevent accidents, and reduce cost. But for interior designer, everything has to be meticulously approved by the ship owner, and this is a huge burden in work. Secondly, Korean passenger ships quantity is limited, and so designer and constructors are leaving the market. It is very difficult to build up the know-how. The drawing is done in very much detail to help build the ship and to raise productivity and reduce drawing papers. Overseas, the trend is quite different in Korea. This is what is used to build a passenger ship in Korea. The designers are drawing the blueprint in very much detail to hand over to the shipyard. And one of the key disputes with ship owners is this. On the left is the 2D rendering and on the right is the actual construction. So they are very similar. Sometimes designers' 3D graphic rendering is different from the actual building. So a realistic design and meticulous building capabilities are required so that the rendering is similar to the actual. Finishing materials also need much knowledge. Finishing material for ships are limited. To raise quality and lower cost, we need extensive experience and knowledge in various materials. These are a number of foreign vendors, and you need to find the right one with the right price. And ship transporting and storing materials also need a whole set of knowledge. So where do designers use their skills? They can use their skills in other areas, such as Royal Institution of Naval Architects that hire new designers. Without elevating the level of design, it is difficult to hire the right people. So cruise ships also offer spaces for entertainment. So these are the interiors of the commercial ships, the merchant ships, designed by Korean designers. And merchant ships are weak to vibration, and there are many limitations, but the design is done very well. And designers have made sure that the design is no less than what is in the passenger ships. So I think that we have the right level of designing capabilities to be applied elsewhere. The passenger ship accounts for less than 5% of what's ordered total, only 2% in terms of volume. So although number of passengers are growing, the material development is not catching up. Recycling the materials, for instance, falls short of onshore building. So based on the recycling and life cycle of materials from production to recycling, the materials should be seen from an eco-friendly perspective and managed accordingly. Korea has very little experience with cruise ships, but smaller cruises rather than carp ferries are in operation. For example, this is a Queen Genovia. It goes from Mokpo to Jeju. It's a night ferry. It was funded by the Korean government, and it is one of the largest ships ever designed by Korea. And it was in 2020 awarded as the Ship of the Year in passenger ships by the Royal Institution of Naval Architects. So cruise ships sounds very large and has very meticulous design. It seems daunting, but Korea is already doing well for designing the cruise ships. We just don't have that experience with ships. From a technological point of view, ferries are now no easier than cruise to design. Because ferries move at a high speed, they have high noise, but they use electric motors. They have a cutting-edge stabilizer and POD system. So compared to ferries, crews have their advantage in designing. For marine design revitalization, I would like to propose this ambitious plan. For Korean type of cruise order placement, first of all, as a high value-added ship, we need to shift to high added value ships. The ship price is continuously going down, bringing down the benefits. And secondly, we can develop a large pool of talents in the Busan, Ulsan, and Gyeongnam area. We will be able to revitalize the shipbuilding employment. And we can also target tourism as well. Of course, nationally built cruise ships can increase employment and a great opportunity in the market. We can choose our own materials, and compared to what is done now, we will be able to reduce costs significantly. 30% of the ship price goes to interior design, and so this will have a huge impact in bringing down the cost. So we can expect to have a far better than expected design. We have more than 400 national planes, which enable overseas travel and generate revenue. We will be able to create jobs and develop a pool of talents in the airline business. For cruise, the main industry is shipbuilding. Italy, Germany, and countries like these have great shipyards, and Carnival, AIDA, cruise companies like them are both building and operating cruise ships, generating continued revenue. And high added value ships, despite the catch up by China, is still leading the world. So operation and design, if they go together by a single company, it is much safer and reliable. But Korea has potential to do both. Korean tourism has high value and added by the K contents. Recently, Korea's national status is going higher. We have a beautiful nature and great tourism destinations. This is the number of passengers coming into Korea through cruise ships. And if we can add more Korean passengers, the numbers will be much larger. This is just an example in my mind. Potential cruise routes. 50, 60,000 ton medium ships can be built in Mipo, Daejeon, and Hangjin ports. 2 medium cruise ships built would mean that in the shipbuilding to tourism industry, an infrastructure will be generally developing, and this will be a very important decision made. For example, from Incheon, Shanghai, Taiwan to Okinawa, we can have a Western Sea cruise, and then from Busan, we can go for Japan, Russia, and more in the East Sea. So these would have high value as products. Convenient transportation and shipbuilding can be done at the shipyards. We have a great pool of talents in the Busan, Ulsan, Gyeongnam area. We already have a shipbuilding cluster that is global level in Busan. If we can build cruise ships nationally, then we will be able to make use of the existing conditions for sustainable development of the shipbuilding industry. Last but not least, on training of human resources, Korea Ship Design Development course is non-existent, which is quite ironic. So in universities, shipbuilding, furniture design, interior design, material and method training is provided at my university. And this is a very important part. When you think of design, you would think of drawing on a sketchbook. But in building a passenger ship, not just the design, but there are other elements to consider. The engineering elements, because ships are floating on water, so it is very weak to noise and rolling. There are strict regulations that apply to the industry as well. So we need to familiarize ourselves with all those elements to build the right ship and design the right ship. So by the roles, we need different sets of designers. In shipbuilding, designers has a number of different roles to play, from drawing, designing, to construction supervision. But pure design only takes up 15% of that role. Drawing takes up the largest share with 45%, and construction 40%. This can be used for domestic ferry building, international ferry building, and cruise ships. But Korean design has had little demand compared to the whole market. But the demand is going up. Once again, I am delighted to see that the design session has been prepared as part of the WOF. Thank you for listening.
네, 김수환 교수님.
Professor Kim, thank you for your presentation. Linking with the tourism sector, you presented a high added value passenger ship design, which was very impressive.
Please welcome the second presenter, President Seo Yong-sok of Research Institute of Medium and Small-Size Shipbuilding. He's going to present us with the theme of the past, present, and future of the design of small and medium-sized vessels. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. He worked for SHI, and also he was involved in the evaluation of the ships as well. Thank you, Chair. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to thank you for having me first. It's a great honor for me to speak before you and share my experience with you. This is the table of contents for my presentation. Part 1, I'm going to look at design change for medium and small-sized ships. And Part 2, I'm going to look at the future of the trends. And regarding the pleasure boats or leisure boats, well, I'm going to touch upon this element as well. And even though functionally, well, it serves as a vessel, but fishing vessels are different in nature, so I'm going to look at fishing vessels as well. Compared to large vessels, small and medium-sized vessels differ in terms of its objectives and purposes. Large ships are for logistics, whereas small and medium-sized vessels are for personal movement, leisure fishing, and coastal security. And they can be seen as an asset for all these activities. So that will be the perspective I will take. In Korea, this shows the types of large ships. And Korea ranks first in this field. So tankers, LNG ships, carriers, container carriers. Well, Korea is a leading country in terms of building these large ships. When it comes to medium and small-sized ships, they are not particularly for logistics, but they're more related to day-to-day lives. Ferries, ro-ro ships, fishing boats, pleasure boats, and patrol boats for coastal security. These are the types of medium and small-sized ships in Korea. Considering that, in terms of design, what's the difference between large versus medium-sized vessels? The term design itself can be slightly different from the design that we're trying to talk about today, because the concept may differ. For example, it's about the structure and the shape of a ship to meet the needs of the ship owners. For large ships, it's big scale, so it's divided into smaller elements, various elements, so that it can achieve its purpose. But for a smaller ship, the components are rather integrated and small in numbers, so there is distinct difference. Next, we're going to look at how design changed as time passes. And also I'm going to talk about how Korea became the leading shipbuilder. This is the history of ships. Basically, we're seeing more advanced and bigger ships throughout the history, and with bigger vessels designed for smaller ships. Became more advanced, and it required more capability in terms of construction method and management. So if you look at the history of shipbuilding industries of Korea, it follows the track of efficiency increase of shipbuilding and its growth in size. So that's the major trend. And as an example, we made the blocks bigger to simplify the process. So that will continue to be a trend going forward as well. And this affects other processes. So from a shipbuilder's point of view, we have no choice but to develop new construction methods, and that will drive us to strengthen our R&D. On the other hand, for medium and small-sized vessels, the capability for shipbuilding is rather small. What that means is, in terms of design, there's not much of a room that we can use. The development of design for medium and small-sized ships is rather stuck for smaller-sized vessels, as you can see from the slide. So with that in mind, I'm going to look at Korean boats and fishing vessels. Leisure crafts are one of the vessels where design is regarded as the most important factor. If you think about logistics, humans do not really intervene. But for pleasure boats, this is something that you buy in person, and this is directly related to yourself. This is about my own convenience and value has to be presented through design. So from that perspective, for these pleasure boats or yachts, well, it was certain for the industry that it needed to develop the design. It has to be strong in structure. It has to be able to meet the requirements and regulations. But at the same time, it has to be good enough to attract owners' attention. So pleasure crafts and yachts paid huge attention to design. Next, about the Korean leisure craft industry, we saw a very sluggish development in the Korean leisure craft industry. In order for us to enjoy leisure, that means we have to be economically mature with proper infrastructure. But it's true that we lacked such infrastructure and economic capability. So up until the mid-1990s, even though there was a need, we saw some limited growth in this industry. But in recent years, the economy grew drastically, and from the perspective of diversifying economic industries, leisure boats are attracting huge attention. And many research institutes, including my organization, started to think how, not just aesthetics, but at the same time, how these ships can be built in an affordable and strong manner. So that was the direction for us in our R&D. For instance, the construction method, materials that we use, painting, and design, how this is reflected in the drawings. Well, all these have become more systemic and more efficient. And in recent years, on the basis of these efforts, we see this trend for eco-friendly and going smart. We are seeing lots of transformation moving to this direction. large and medium-sized vessels are following this trend, and they have huge R&D projects in order to follow this trend. But for small and medium-sized ones, we are just beginning to study these areas. And when it comes to specific technologies, including eco-friendly propulsion systems and design directions for future boats and yachts, well, these are the things that we're studying right now. And in order for the Korean industry to flexibly respond to the environmental change, we need to develop more technologies and advance our technologies. And also we have to think about what leisure culture can be actually enjoyed by people. We have to think about developing talents. And also we can expand the use of boats other than just leisure boats. So all these design-related policies are something that we have to think about going forward. So here you can see the images, and these are by designer Kim Hyun-seok. This was designed by Kim Hyun-seok, and I took them off the internet. And these images got huge attention from people. In order to realize such designs, well, the actual material has to be much less heavy, and we have to secure stability and interior. There are various aspects that we should be able to achieve. And as design can lead the future development of the ocean industry, shipbuilding industry, I believe that we need to work harder on this design aspect. Next, to the fishing vessels. Fishing vessels in the coastal areas, you can see that we have a total of 41 industries, including 21 offshore and 8 coastal. But when we say fishing vessels, you might think that this is not really related, this is not really relevant when we talk about design, because these fishing vessels are used to catch fish. You might think that securing the biggest catch would be the top priority for fishing vessels. So if you look at the development process or history, it's heavily dependent on past experience. And thanks to the government projects of restructuring the fishing vessels, we saw some advancement in terms of the use of materials, going from wood to other materials. And currently, more than 96% of the fishing vessels are made of FRP. It's very strong and not heavy, but this can produce some issues related to the eco-friendly challenges. In order to tackle the environmental challenge related to FRP, the government is working on developing different types of vessels using various materials. And for the development of such future vessels, we're using naval architect science to improve the quality of aged and existing fishing vessels. Like I said, FRP is widely used for current fishing vessels. It produces some issues, and many countries around the world are trying to tackle the issue of the FRP material because it can be very fragile to fire and also other risks. The government, like I said before, is trying to standardize fishing vessels so that these old fishing vessels can be modernized in line with various standards. But it really depends on what the environment is like for these fishing vessels. It really depends what kind of eco-friendly propulsion systems they have, and that will decide what changes needed to change the form of these fishing vessels. And in doing so, we can also consider the welfare and safety of crew members. Currently, many of these aspects are being studied and included in the R&D activities. From this slide, you can see the actual example. Instead of using FRP, this shows how we can utilize more eco-friendly material like HDPE. And also we can go from diesel to LNG or electric propulsion system so that we can be more eco-friendly and achieve the optimal hull form. These are the main challenges and tasks that we need to complete. In summary, I gave you a brief explanation about the difference between leisure boats and fishing vessels. But if you think about the nature or the purpose of these vessels, depending on what they want to achieve, you can decide on what design would be best suited for each purpose. For large ships, there are many experts involved in the process to collaborate. But for smaller fishing vessels or leisure boats, well, they majorly reflect the ideas of experts only. And in that respect, what's crucial is developing and nurturing talents who can provide good recommendations and feedback for these vessels. We looked at the history of development from the past to the present, and also we talked about the future vessels. In order for us to be competitive in the future, especially in terms of design, this is something that the industry has to deal with in a wise manner. In summary, vessels in the future will be decided by designers. If it looks nice and attractive, then that will attract more purchasers. And that's why we need more advancement in terms of design, because it can lead the growth of the industry. I hope that we can see future development in this field. Thank you. Thank you, President Seo. Development of the yacht design and how it stimulated the desire of ship owners, and also your insight into engineering. Well, these were very impressive.
The third presenter is the CEO of Creative Purse, Mr. Shin Hong-woo. We will listen to the design process, understanding how the ship design is made. Please welcome Mr. Shin with a big hand. Creative Purse designs yachts, boats, and other tourist purpose ships. Good afternoon. I would like to present on the design process, understanding how the ship design is made. I am the CEO of Creator Purse. My name is Shin Hong-oh. I would like to note that this presentation also doubles as a presentation of Korea Society of Marine Design presentation. My presentation relates to a very realistic aspect of ship design. I would like to touch on what design is, and then the core process of ship design, and finally my own experience of ship design portfolio before I present the conclusion. I would like to first start with the word design. Although the word design is familiar around the world, I think many Koreans have a misconception of design. So what do you think the word design means? Does it only mean form, color? Is it only a verb or noun? That's not the case in reality, because if you look up design on Wikipedia, the verb design means the general process of developing design, and to design includes planning, designing, and shaping in a comprehensive manner. So this is a very well-known person who explained the term of design. Louis Sullivan said that a lot of architectural elements, and the American architect or father of skyscrapers, Louis Sullivan, said that form follows function. The essence of design is in this phrase. Going deeper into ship design, in terms of form or function, there can be a number of different interpretations of what ship design is. As you can see in this image, the function, depending on the purpose of that ship on sea, helps the ship to fulfill all its services. And the safety of passengers on board and the convenience is also provided through the interior elements, which all form the part of a function of a ship. Based on these functional elements, the design, shape, and color is expressed through design. The form and function cannot be separated. The inside is the outside, and the outside is the inside. They each form an object of ship design. Very sorry, I forgot to flip through the slides. My apologies. So this is a single concept of design, and we would have to design and sell a ship that is functional. And it is the result of a creative designing process. The key is to understand the characteristics of the sea in marketing, producing, manufacturing, and selecting the materials. By putting together the engineering perspective and the designing perspective, and also the latest trends. In designing ships, what's the most important factor? Understanding the material characteristics. Because depending on the material characteristics, the design of the ship, it can be determined at the highest level. These materials available today are, there are 4 types. There are rubber boats, composite boats, combination boats, and aluminum boats. The first 3 cannot be recycled, but the final aluminum boats are recyclable and therefore very eco-friendly. Then, the most eco-friendly material of aluminum. How do we build an aluminum ship? So in short, there can be 10 different steps involved. First, after the design is over, we start the production. And then the aluminum panels are cut based on design. All the processed goods go through the small assembly and large assembly. After pairing and painting, depending on the client's final request, we conduct the construction based on the interior construction based on design. So when we express the different elements of design, we need to understand the limits of the aluminum material. Making beautiful lines requires a lot of designing elements, but in order to make a beautiful line, sometimes if you design beyond the limits of the aluminum or bending the aluminum too much, this will lead to productivity issues, and ultimately the surface of the boat will not be of good quality. So this is a YouTube video that explains what I had just described. So the aluminum panel is processed to design the ship. So you need to understand the limits of the aluminum as a material in designing the ship. But if you are too mired in this limit, then you cannot design your unique ship. After processing is over, as you can see in this video, small assembly, large assembly of different parts are done to complete the cabin. So far, I have gone through the general concept of design, and now let me go into the actual leisure boat designing examples done by my company to explain to you the ship design process. In designing a ship, the most important factor is to understand the purpose of the ship and to represent that concept with the appropriate design. The size of the leisure boat is divided into medium to large boats, that's 100 to 50 feet large, and medium boats from 30 to 50 feet, and small boats that are smaller than that. So for an example, I would like to show you a medium-sized boat. The type of the boat is medium size 40 feet large boat. The hull type is a multi-hull type of catamaran. The hull is made in aluminum with double hulls forming the bedroom, living room, shower room in a livable format. The catamaran leisure boat has a double hull, and above that there's a service area. So on the deck there are a number of different leisure activities that can take place. So to understand catamaran leisure boat, you need to understand the difference between monohull and a multi-hull. For monohull, literally, there is just one hull, and therefore has powerful sea kindness and rotation, which allows active driving. Meanwhile, catamarans are multi-hulls that are weaker in sea kindness and rotation and hence less active driving, but the space on top of two hulls allow a wider space for leisure on the sea and much better control over the rolling. So the ship is basically much more stable than a single hull shape of boats. Then how did we design this ship? What's most important in the design process is in completing the ship design from the early stage, analyzing a number of different information and how to reflect the analysis into design. To collect different information, we needed to set up different groups, and the groups were based on having the marketing at the top and finding the right functions that are fit for purpose. So we grouped information into 6 groups to fit the purpose of marketing, and we analyzed the information one by one and reached a conclusion. So the images are just a part of the design analysis material. There are different materials used for design and for design process. How they are produced and what kind of impact they might have environmentally should be understood, and in styling the ship, in advance we need to look at how to address the different requirements with what type of forms. So the analysis in the services area to all the way down to the engine, we needed an extensive research. And for ship structure, we needed to consult with experts. The general analysis and survey, well, the more the better. And we did the best we could to collect as much information as possible. And based on the research, we had to pull up the conclusion of different analysis by pulling together the scattered information and by sorting out the different informations into groups. And the results, if wrongfully sorted out, then we will be unable to reflect the latest trends. And as soon as the ships are built, they would be immediately become obsolete. So we divided the information we collected by each time period so that we may stay ahead of the trend. And by different nations, we wanted to look at the design of the hull and the philosophy, which can serve as a good know-how in designing and building a ship. So we needed an intensive research on this. In changes of the process materials, lifestyle changes, these are areas where we needed to look into further to decide the shape of the boat. In ship design, the most important factor was not only the aesthetic element, but the safety and convenience of the passengers, the ergonomic elements, efficient spacing, layout, and horizontal design for the different sectors of the ship. And for the passengers that come into contact with the sea in a limited space, before design was finalized, we had to check repeatedly that this indeed was going to happen. And because boats are very small space, we needed to efficiently and reasonably divide up the space. And from the design stage, we use a dummy modeling to secure even 1 centimeter of more space for areas where much activity will be done. And for lighting, which is a sentimental element, we went through a lighting analysis stage to prevent any issues. And for safety, ship stability was analyzed through fluid analysis. And we also did an end-user design assessment. And for any legal elements, we filtered out any legal issues from the design stage. And going forward, let me show you the final design, exterior and interior design that I have described so far. So this is the final rendering of the design. The specification is it is a catamaran boat, stern drive type, up to 30 knots of speed. 11 people can be accommodated on the ship. It has 3 floors total, centering around the house. There are 2 bridges leading to the bow and the hull, stern. For leisure activities higher up, there's a sky bridge installed. And as you can see on the look, from the top to the bottom, aluminum leisure type of linear shape is well demonstrated. The design light is consistent in its style. On the first floor, there's the bedroom, the shower room, and the restroom. And on the second floor, there's the console and the cabin, or the steering room. The table is consistent with the console. This can double as a table as well, so it is variable in shape. The color overall are suede and solid color with a modern feel and a very sophisticated touch. This is the animation of what I described. This is the overall shape that is shown on the video. And regarding manufacturing and production, the 3D production is limited in communicating with the actual workers. So we render it in 2D and talk to the construction workers, and we had to add hundreds of changes to the original design. This is the early stage of the ship. We have the hull being shipped to the shipyard. The newly designed parts, through nesting and bending, are assembled. And once the hull is finished, after welding, aluminum pairing is done, and with the dedicated primer and painter, we do the finishing touch, and then the interior is finished. There are interference with existing materials, the surface finishing and processing, which is very difficult. So we had a lot of difficulties with the designing company. The designer's idea and the realistic perspective of the producer sometimes clash. And these are the challenges to be overcome. And through this, this is the final ship built. In the process, we issued 10 patents and design and trademarks acquired. Red Dot Asia Design Prize, MOTI, Minister Award were all presented to our ship. So that's the 40 feet leisure boat development. And now let me show you some of the other portfolio ships in concluding my presentation. So I know that I am behind schedule, but let me rush through the conclusion. So the conclusion is that the most important element in Korean ship design is not just to create an aesthetic ship with inconvenient interior or just to serve convenience and give up aesthetics. Rather than a spear that pierces unconditionally and a shield that unconditionally blocks, we need to be realistic because ship design in Korea must become realistic above all. And through that, the design world and the shipbuilding world needs to understand one another as soon as possible and work together so that Korea can be a ship design powerhouse. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for the presentation. Yes, the quote from Louis Sullivan was quite impressive, and the different designs you showed us are fully excluding pure design purposes, and it fully reflected the functions. It was very impressive series of ship design.
Moving on to the fourth presentation, we have a presenter, CEO Park Chul-hoon. He served as the chief designer at Monaco office of Palmer Johnson, which is the biggest shipyard. And also he is currently serving as the chief designer at Latitude Yachts in Latvia. Today, he's going to talk about innovative cases of super yachts at home and abroad. And please welcome him online. Good afternoon. This is the fourth session, and I'm going to talk about the design innovation cases. My name is Park Chul-hoon. Before I begin, let me quickly introduce myself. I received a bachelor's degree in industrial design at Kookmin University and a master's degree from Royal College of Art, London, the UK, and served as a senior designer at Monaco office of the biggest shipyard in the Americas, Palmer Johnson. I currently am the CEO of Parkwood Design in Korea and serve as a chief designer at Latitude Yachts, Latvia. Starting with the Valkyrie Yacht project, which is a graduation work at Royal College of Art, I was involved in various shipyard projects, including the 48-meter Kalila of Palmer Johnson. Monaco Yacht Show started back in 1991 with more than 600 companies, 100 super yachts, and it exhibits more than 50 tender yachts and yacht toys. During this show, it attracts more than 30,000 visitors, and it happens in the last week of September. And for 2022, it took place from the 28th of September till the 1st of October. The yacht industry is already popular in foreign countries, and I can see many marinas and yachts. And also I saw many super yachts which are longer than 30 meters. And in Europe and in the US, they are seen as the highly value-added industry. Regarding the size of this particular industry, according to the figures by the brokerage firm Northrop and Johnson, we can see what it evaluated from the autumn issue of Navigator 2022. This includes both new and old ships, used ships. The yacht sales for the first half of 2022 stands at $1.7 billion or 2.5 trillion won, Korean won. 95% of them are motor yachts. The remaining 5 are sailing yachts. You can see that motor yacht is a big market. For 2021, the yacht sales stood at $5.7 billion or 8.2 trillion won. The first half of this year, out of 266 vessels of more than 25 meters found new ship owners, and 141 were newly built. Regarding the selling price, 20-something meters stands at 6 billion, 30-something meters, 9 billion. It's about 300 million Korean won per meter, and 40-something meters is 20 billion, whereas 50-something meters is 40 billion. So it's about 500 to 800 million Korean won per meter. And regarding the orders for super yachts, there is a huge back order. So if you want to place an order, then the shipbuilding can start in 2025 and it can be delivered in the second half of 2027. So that was a quick background for your information, and let me move on to the yacht design. Back to Monaco Yacht Show. It has a special booth, Yacht Design and Innovation Hub. It shows how this industry focuses on yacht design and innovation. Designers who are specially selected include Tony Castro, Luis Di Basto, and Espenoino. And also you can see different names of engineering firms like Diana, VBH. These are exhibited so that many people can get together and communicate. Within the booths, what took attention was the VBH's Civic TV system. It comes from the ceiling, and the wall-embedded touch controller is a unique characteristic and function. Instead of existing pop-up feature, this touch control provides more autonomy for designers, and for clients, this can give them a new feel and enable them to enjoy more special yacht lifestyle. Like I said, when it comes to design in the yacht industry, it's the most important factor. It actually determines the first impression of the yacht, and I'm going to talk about the trend change for this. Conventionally, this design for super yachts were led by naval architects, and we used to use lots of color white. But as we see more and more young generations who own yachts, they want to differentiate themselves, and we're seeing different trends. So about a decade ago, we are seeing different demands for design. For that, we are seeing this innovative exterior, and we're using the term yacht exterior stylists. Many who wanted to become automotive designers are moving to this industry. And they're showing different combinations for yacht designs. And along with the booming yacht industry, this has created a general trend. If you think about the designers, it's not just yacht designers, but also fashion, construction experts and designers are involved in various projects. And this collaboration is just to meet the needs of owners, and also this is produced in very small numbers, so it shows the characteristics of the yacht industry. A renowned product designer, Philip Stark, designed Venus for late Steve Jobs, and also he designed Motor Yacht A and Sailing Yacht A. And also, architect Norman Foster's signature series are good examples. Back to Monaco. This year, with very unique design, what attracted attention was 88-meter Project X and the biggest Apple, which is 115 meters long. Next, this catches your eye from afar. It has a very strong design identity. Wally's Y150 series and Wally Power 58. Wally Power 58 has an open side terrace, so even if it's a small vessel, it maximizes its space utilization. And for Y series, this is a curved design that is used to give it a smooth feeling. And other than just being aesthetic, designers also want to meet the practical needs of yacht owners. So if you look at Rock 3, this is the open type terrace in the owner cabin. The cabin is a private space for the owners, but it added the open terrace, so it enables the openness and special feeling for the owners. This is the layout of the super yachts, and this shows how this can be customized for the owners. So when a yacht is anchored, the swimming platform area is utilized, and you can put gyms, pools, and seats. In ship design or yacht design, of course, the water plane is important, but what's beneath this is also important because it is directly related to functions. As you may well know, the hull used to be majorly monohull type, but now we are seeing more yachts with multi-hulls. Among them, the 48-meter Kalila. When I joined the project in 2011, this is the trimaran yacht with 3 hulls. So the hull seems quite similar to the monohull, but the remaining 2 hulls serve as auxiliary hulls, just like the training wheels of a bicycle for kids. And in the afterdeck, it provides more than 50% space and 40% increased fuel economy. This yacht is made of carbon, and by using carbon 100%, it reduced the weight of the hull by 30%, and this is the biggest carbon yacht ever. So it's not just the design, and also exterior design of the hull shows how advanced and cutting edge this is. Another project is what was launched by Latitude Yacht that I worked for back in 2016, 53-meter Galaxy and Galaxy of Happiness. As you can tell from the similar names, these are for ship owners, yacht owners who are friends. The auxiliary hulls are placed like the wings of an airplane to increase stability, and also the main hull in between is very slim in design for better fuel economy. It's made of FRP, and the multi-hulls made of composites show off its biggest size in the industry. Another trend is collaboration with automotive companies. Mercedes-Benz and Silver Arrows Marine worked together to launch Aero 460 Gran Turismo. And in the case of Toyota's luxury brand Lexus, for promotional purpose, it came up with the sports yacht concept. The luxury brand of the UK, Aston Martin, worked with Quintessence and launched AM37, which provides the speed of up to 40 knots. And Bugatti and Palmer Johnson designed 66-feet Niniat, which was inspired by hypercars. Porsche and Dynamic Yacht launched Super Yacht. And last, Lamborghini 63 is the latest project. Lamborghini worked with Italian Tecnoma, and this is the Lamborghini 63. There's only 63 CN Roadster worldwide, and the length of the hull is 63 feet as well. This is inspired by Supercar CN Roadster, and this caught huge attention from the industry and potential customers. So you can see that many automotive brands are turning to yacht image, yacht brands, to be more high-end and to be more luxurious. And the yacht industry, on its side, wants to utilize the PR strategies and images of these renowned automotive companies. And these two industries are working together to create synergy. And we believe that more and more collaboration will be seen in these industries. And that's actually in line with the changing trend in the yacht industry, which will lead us to see more various design. Moving on to the next issue. In the yacht industry, we also see this big trend of being eco-friendly and net zero. Yachts are powered by fossil fuels, and they generate huge CO2, and this very fact is quite frowned upon. So working with the automotive industry, the yacht industry is keen on developing eco-friendly engines, and also it is very active in trying to reduce CO2 generated. The case of MTU, which has the biggest engine share, exhibited an improved hybrid system, showing that it is responding to the environmental challenges. And also, wider 150 is another case, and I'd like to show how this is different from the existing way. Currently, what happens is that we burn fossil fuels to move cylinders, and these are connected to the shaft. So using this conventional method, generators and engines which create lots of noise are placed right behind the VIP cabin. So the cabin is not free from noise. But using a wider hybrid system, screws drive electric motors, so shafts do not have to be connected to the engine, and it only needs generators and batteries. So it can be placed in the bow area, and it can maximize the use of space. So actually, by removing the engine room, now we have a space for tender yachts. And by having this approach, we see many small yachts are using 100% electrification, and this is expanding to super yachts as well. And regarding net zero or carbon issues, this is the case of Sunroof. Instead of having flat solar panels on the ceilings, it developed the solar panels that can be embedded in the curved composite structures. So using this new methodology, the weight can be reduced by half, and also it can be applied to complex curved design. So the application area is maximized. So first it was applied to 80 feet to 200 square meters, and it can generate 40 kilowatts every hour. And by using flex fiber, it uses lots of materials that are eco-friendly. And also, what was used for the floor, it was recycled, and the furniture inside uses paper that's recycled so that they can be reinforced and eco-friendly. So that was a quick introduction to the Monaco Yacht Show, which shows great examples of innovation. So from the perspectives of aesthetics and innovation, we're seeing more and more curved and practical design, and we believe that this will be the general trend going forward as well. So moving away from steel and aluminum, we're seeing more usage of carbon and composites, and also studying hull area and technological development for this area will follow. And the development of alternative fuels related to the environmental challenges will replace fossil fuels very quickly. And this will lead to noiseless cruise experience or experience with less noise. Noise-free cruise will become the standard for luxurious yacht experience. Thank you very much once again for your attention. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. I'm Park Chul-hoon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Park. By 2025, the dock is fully booked. So the case of Monaco, I hope that this can be replicated in Busan as well. We will have a panel discussion, so we will have a short break. We'll take 10 so that we can organize the meeting room. We'll take 10 and meet you back in 10 minutes.
지금부터
And now we will invite two more panelists to join us for the panel discussion and to go over the presentations given in this session. We have the presenters and the panelists joining us, and please do not apply for smooth proceedings of this event. And when you are introduced, please lightly greet the audience from your seat. We have Professor Kim Soo-hwan for Industrial Design from K-myung College University, President's Hall of RAMSS, Mr. Shin Hong-woo from Creative Pulse, Mr. President Yoon Jang-won of Southeast of Korea Design Industry Association, and Senior Engineer Lee Jong-jun of Accommodation Design of SHI. And online we have Mr. Park Chol-hoon, CEO of Parkwood Design. So in relation to today's topic, I would like to ask each panel to share your personal views. Who would like to go first? President Seo?
근데 디자인이란
So the topic design can be applied to many industries, and it resonates with many people involved in different industries. And in the field of shipbuilding, there is growing interest in design, with more people enjoying leisure. And domestically, I didn't think that we have many opportunities to have related discussions. And it's a great pleasure that we have such an opportunity today with all the experts from the industry. We talked about how design can develop the marine industry, and how this can be further related to the development of the leisure industry. So at my institute, RIMS, I will make sure that this can relate to our further efforts. Professor Kim, please.
Well, although I attend many forums, they are mostly geared towards tourism or fisheries, and not so much on design. But I think this is a wonderful opportunity to discuss a rather specialized area and to together forge our joint efforts for the development of ship design. And today, in terms of ships, from passenger ships to fishing vessels to super yachts, we were able to cover different genres of ocean design. We acquired new information, and I myself, for ocean ship talent development, found this session to be very helpful and insightful. Thank you. Next, Mr. Shin. In a very realistic ocean design, I am mostly doing my work, and listening to the presentations, I felt that ocean design is a wide area, and other than what I do, there is much more work to be done. And for overseas examples with good videos and technical elements that was presented today, gave me an idea of what kind of direction Korea should take to raise the overall quality, to catch up with the high quality design that is done overseas. Thank you.
We have senior engineer Lee Jong-jin. Listening to the presentations, what were your thoughts? Good afternoon. I work in the shipbuilding industry. And it's not always promising for the shipbuilding industry. I do have lots of concerns. And at this World Ocean Forum, listening to many other presentations, well, actually, many of my concerns are gone, and I saw some light of hope. I'd like to thank all the people who prepared this opportunity. Mr. Yoon, please. Chair Yoon, please.
네, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. From the industry, academia, and business companies, we have representatives gathered here for the marine design session, which is quite significant. I think that ocean design is more about ships and yachts. So today, I would like to ask the professors and experts to expand the scope of ocean design to include tourism and leisure as well. So I look forward to some good discussion so that we can all contribute to ocean design development. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if I may add to that, two scholars meeting in person and discussed what would be right to have a higher sophistication or deeper sophistication. And a scholar passing by said that a sophistication is wide, not high or deep. So we need that level of sophistication, and the word sophistication can lead to a number of different interpretations. There is no one definition, but one wise scholar said that the sophistication of looking at arts and history must be high or deep, but that towards politics must be wide, and that towards future should be far-sighted. So from this angle, I'd like to ask the panelists, rather than using a list of preliminary questions, I wanted to ask you, based on your presentations today, the need for change and the urgency for change was a constant topic that came up. So the word change, G, if you change the letter G to C, then the word becomes chance. So in Busan and in Korea, in designing medium-sized ships, undergoing change and grasping the chance during the change is very much needed. So just naturally, where do we need to change to find the right opportunity? And in relation to that, if you have any comments or questions from the floor, then we will take them. So this is how I would like to proceed. And we will go in the reverse order of the comments earlier, starting with President Yoon Jang-won of Southeast of Korea Design Industry Association. Where do we need to change, and what kind of opportunities would that lead to? Your insights, please.
Well, we have CEO Park Chul-hoon from Parkwood. He's joining us online. So why don't you give some chance to him to speak? Well, do you hear us? Yes, I'm Park Chul-hoon from Parkwood. Do you hear me? Yes. Do you hear me? So do you have any remarks? Well, I spend most of the time in overseas markets, so I do not really have close knowledge of the Korean industry particularly. And as I live far away when it comes to commercial ships, Well, I thought that I could learn more about the Korean situation, and that was what I did today. And I saw how you in this room are leading the change. Thank you for your thoughts. And President Yoon, please continue. Like the session chair, well, I don't have to be articulate, right? So listening to the presentation, I have a question for President Seo of the Research Institute of Medium and Small Shipbuilding. 10 years ago, well, there is the R&D section.
지금 10년째
10 years ago, I was wondering that if design companies in doing R&D, well, we spent a decade working in this R&D for shipbuilding design. But my understanding is that it didn't really translate into many products in the market. Many design companies, through R&D efforts, added value, and I believe that it was a great opportunity to share our know-how regarding shipbuilding design. But when it comes to the designing companies themselves, and for marine design, what are the things that they need to prepare for? What do they have to learn from your perspective, President Seo? Thank you for the question. Well, actually, we have a professor on the stage, so maybe he might be a better person to address the question. But anyway, you directed the question to me, so let me try. On the basis of my experience working for a big company, when there is an order placed by a ship owner, we have to meet the requirements of the owner, and there are design elements that we need to meet, and these are based on engineering technology. For example, even if it's a concept design, regarding the requirements of the owner, we have meetings to communicate these elements, and we have basic and detailed design based on this communication. And in my presentation, I mentioned how naval architects led the process and played a major role. So let's say that there's a designer and he is working on the ship design. Then he has to have basic understanding of dynamics and engineering. Amongst the panelists, we have one professor, and the rest of the panelists and presenters, well, we have a senior engineer of a big company, and I believe that he has long years of experience in this field. But for him to do his job, he needs to have basic understanding of engineering. For industrial design, even though we did see lots of development in the field, the reason why we are rather stuck is these engineering designers may not be equipped with all the necessary capabilities for designing super yachts. For our ships to create greater values and to see bigger growth, and in order for it to play a bigger role in the field of culture, the experts and talents involved in aesthetics can collaborate with naval architects to come up with better programs. By working together, we can qualify the requirements of ship owners, and we would like to see more of these opportunities. Yes, it was about developing talents as well. Professor Kim.
To develop a pool of talents for ship and ocean design, what are some of the points for change and opportunity? Yes. Well, ship design is a broad area. Within the School of Industrial Design, we have decided to develop talents for ship design because ship, in a way, interior design, product design, involves all of these different elements of design. So we cannot approach ship design from just one of those elements. In ships, there are furnitures that go onto the ships, so we need to design furniture as well. We cannot simply purchase already made furnitures and put them in the ship. We need to design the furnitures to fit the ships. Not only furniture pieces, but lamps that are installed on the ceiling as well. We have a crystal chandelier in this room as well. But for them to be installed in a ship, for rolling and pitching, we need to install a pipe right through the center, and we need to adopt new design elements. It could involve product design, interior design, and more. So to design a ship, we need to also consider the noise, vibration, and strict regulations from multiple angles. And I wanted to also say that after so much research being done, if there's no demand to be found in Korea, then these students cannot really find jobs. So for the students to actually find a job and career in ocean or in ship design, I offer a career path to the students. But what's most important is for small, medium, and large shipbuilding and shipyards to make a bold decision, because compared to 10, 20 years ago, the volume and demand for ships has clearly increased. So based on that, you need to make an investment decision to open up new markets to accommodate these new talents that are being cultivated. President saw, in order to increase demand, I think that your research institute needs a role to play to accommodate these high-quality talents. How can you create the demand?
Well, the Research Institute is responsible for R&D, so regarding the industrial aspect, we don't really have an answer to this question. So I'd like to ask for your understanding. But in order to promote this industry, I think it's important to create an environment where people can come together. Industrial development that I feel is, many people might think that development is about automation, advanced levels of automation, machines working with no people. So you might think that. But ultimately, if there are no human beings working for that industry, well, I think this is not quite what we are hoping to see. We're talking about an environment that enables people to do something, whether it be work or chance, whether it be creating a chance. So basically, it's about attracting people to come together, and we have to have a purpose. But the maturity of the industry hasn't reached that level yet. In that regard, I believe the government can provide some support with policies and back us up with policies. So in terms of projects and policies that we pursue, we try to communicate with the government. And by having opportunities like this particular forum, I believe that more people can understand what policies we need to create such an environment. And for businesses as well, by understanding that this is the industry that creates values, businesses can have more activities and can have more chances to work with R&D organizations. If we can create such an opportunity to pursue that, I believe that will be another chance for us. Well, we didn't coordinate any questions, so this was not pre-planned, but you gave such a great answer to my question. And CEO Shin, please.
I know you are working hard in your field, and you have a significant role that you're playing in industrial design and ship design. Continuing on with your wonderful comment before, what kind of change is needed and where can we find the opportunity? Today, in relation to design, well, I think that's the full focus of this session. So speaking from that aspect, there are areas where designers are good at and where engineers are good at and where producers are good at. And these areas are divided. In the design area, I feel that less and less focus and energy is being put in, because I think the perspective of designers are becoming narrow and narrow. The first thing to consider in design is what exactly is the scope of design. I know that design is a wide area, but basically, whether it's product design or ocean design, design ultimately leads to a product. And so an engineering basis must be there very solidly. If you only think of styling or shaping, then when the organization grows or develops further, design cannot catch up and support that. So design education also needs to put 70% to design and 30% to engineering, so that engineering basis can be fully accommodated in the education for design, so that shipbuilding and ship design capabilities could develop further. Thank you.
참여하고 계시는 박
From Monaco, CEO Park is joining us. And regarding the chances and change that we have to pursue, what are your take on that? Well, we need to have some demonstrated ships that can show some criteria or standards for the domestic vessels. And I also had a company in Korea and worked with companies, and they were reluctant to change drawings, and they were reluctant to change their design, even if it's just a slight change. But what we want to achieve is to move the minds and capture the minds of passengers. But currently, we don't have the demonstration that can actually show that it works. So we hope that we can have more demonstrations to produce results. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, in the yacht or boat market, I think the Korean situation must be quite different. Could you speak to that and how to improve the yacht or boat industry in Korea? If you look at the video clips or films from overseas, and also in the super yacht video shown by Mr. Park, if you go to a port city, the scenery that comes to your site, it is filled with very expensive yachts, but not so much in Korea, unfortunately. Of course, COVID-19 is a factor, but the general public or citizens in Korea, in pursuing their leisure, they are quite biased. For example, they mainly watch Netflix or Korean drama is world number one, which is nice. But on the other hand, it also reflects, I think, a heavy bias in how people spend their free time. So the people of Korea, I think, need to change their perception of culture. And over the weekend, they watch popular films 2-3 times, which is nice, but it could be nice to widen the idea of how you spend your free time. Thank you. President Yoon, do you have any questions?
I have a question for Mr. Park from Parkwood. Well, regarding ship design and marine design, for this person to serve as a designer, how much time does it take to nurture this talent? I believe from the case of foreign markets, in Coventry, they have a department for yacht design. So after they finish their bachelor's courses after 4 years, they can be put into the industry right away. So the theory itself through the 4-year course is not sufficient. And right after they finish their courses, they can jump into the market right away, accumulating their experiences starting from junior and senior designers. Thank you. So the suggestion or recommendation I'd like to make is at the Research Institute of Medium and Small Shipbuilding. Well, you're saying that the demand is not big enough, but in order to build a business model, we need infrastructure, we need people, we need to have the demand. But we're saying that the demand is small and there's not much of an interest, not much of an infrastructure. Then in this case, just like Professor Kim said, in cultivating talents, the design courses can be developed in the academia and also in the industries. For instance, there are many projects, including the security project or patrol ships. And they don't always require high-end technology. And in this case, maybe we can create demand in this field so that many people can have more experience in the field and they can learn much faster. We don't have to have all the separate parts of teaching people and putting them into practice. But instead, we can create these opportunities where they can be utilized in practice. And in industrial design, this can be also considered. So maybe that's a good way of creating demand.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. We do not have much time left, so now I would like to open up the floor to take any questions or comments for the panelists or the presenters today.
안녕하십니까.
Hello, I am from Korea Register. I am Iho. I am an economist by training, so I'm not familiar with technology, but I do know the trend. 5 years ago, I have started to see a lot of articles on future type of ships. In 2014, Barbara was designed. It was called a Platon. And because of the oil shock and ship fuel costs going up, that ship came out to reduce the fuel costs. And with the oil shock disappearing, the ship also disappeared. But now it is resurfacing. Elon Musk also added, or Maersk added an rotor sail onto that ship. On some other companies added wind sailing system to reduce the CO2 emissions. But setting that aside, fuel cell battery attached ships are under intense research, and the ultimate goal is for those ships to be ocean going. But for ocean going ships, the fuel cell battery, when do you think fuel cells and batteries can be attached to ocean going ships? And secondly, if that happens, 10,000, 20,000 TEU grade ships with those fuel cells and batteries, do you think they are economically viable? Because otherwise they will be meaningless. For autonomous ships, unmanned ships, they are great, but it takes 9, 10 times more cost to build them than general ships. So they need to be economically viable. So those two questions, please.
질문하신 내용을 제가
So I understand that the question regarding the recent eco-friendly ship development in Korea, I think that was one of your questions. And secondly, well, regarding the fuel cells, with the present state of technology, running ocean-going ships with that propulsion system of fuel cells, that is not a possibility as of now. I'm sure you know this. So for coastal ships or near-shore ships, attaching fuel cells there is the main attempt made by the government. And there, once a project actually happens, and we have done projects on that, and we have ships with fuel cells. But to operate an ocean-going ship, the output power has to be very high, which involves not only shipbuilding but technological development in other areas. Because otherwise we cannot make that a reality. So for hydrogen or fuel cell system to be attached to an ocean-going ship, there are attempts being made, and at the national level, those projects in the mid to long term will need to be planned out. To my understanding, before around 2030, that type of system will actually be attached to an ocean-going ships, producing significant results, according to R&D experts and the industry experts in general. And what was the other question? Autonomous ships. Yes, regarding economic viability, well, to an extent, it is being said that to an extent, those types of ships can be commercially viable. We often hear about Norway's Yaru project. Of course, building the ship involves 2-3 times higher cost, but in the process of operation, it is more than offset by saving the cost. So, and also recently there's been a competition over developing autonomous ships. There is much R&D happening in that area and at the national level and by large carriers. In terms of operational efficiency, they find autonomous ships to be very beneficial, according to many different reports. So I think fierce competition in the industry will lead to better economics and less cost. And another challenge is the infrastructure and legislative or regulatory issues. This also because in the industry seems quite mature enough to address them. So soon we will find a solution. And I think in Korea, Korea Register will be the leading entity in this process. And we look forward to your efforts.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the answer. Maybe we have time for one more question from the floor. Do we have a question? None, it seems. Well, we're talking about convergence of everything. So carbon and fiber, virtual meets reality, and that's the VR, and sensors on the clothes. These are wearable devices. We're seeing all kinds of converged technologies. And we are meeting in this port city of Busan, Korea. And given the characteristics of this city, we believe that in the field of marine design, maybe we can do much better. So that was a good opportunity for self-reflection. Looking at different presentations, it was a good opportunity to think about marine design. And it's not just the Ministry of Trade and Industry, but it can be other related parties and organizations who can play a role. So, well, first, let me wrap up before we take the final question. Or if we have a foreign audience, do we have translation? Yes, it seems like we have a question from the floor, maybe in English.
네. 지금 플로어에 질문자는 어디 계신가요?
Where is the person sitting from the audience? Well, who is going to ask a question?
네, 질문하시죠.
Please go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Sariana. I'm naval architecture student from Indonesia and student HM from KIOST. I'm interested in small ship, especially high-speed craft, and I have made a scientific paper for the final assessment, and several scientific papers that I have already mentioned that in ship design and hydrodynamic prediction, there is a numerical calculation correction of up to 30% in the prediction of the ship resistance. So this is definitely had an impact on the accuracy of the design and realization in this field. So my question is, how can this be minimized to increase the accuracy of the ship design? Thank you.
어떻게 어느 패널분이 한번
So who is going to address the question? Well, this is a student from Indonesia. Maybe I can share my experience with you. The size of a vessel is important, and this is being translated, right? So I think it's important. The size matters. And when it comes to the area of design, well, we have to think about creativity. And it's about positioning design. So when we say there is a whole new concept of design, first we have to go through interpretation in trying to increase efficiency of a vessel. And there are many events that can actually contribute to increased efficiency. When there is a new hull design, well, with the Research Institute, we do the interpretation of fluid dynamics. And for a big project, for instance, we have 3 tests for fluid dynamics. So when there is a new design, we have these 3 stages of interpretation of fluid dynamics so that we understand better ship resistance. And we also look at cases of foreign companies, and we also want to make sure that the case we're developing is original and creative enough. Thank you.
We have used up all the time given to us, and a bit more actually. So ocean design, ship design. For them to be converged, design companies in the shipping industry should be able to expand their business through marine policy development, and I hope that this session provided an opportunity toward that end. I would like to thank all participants in the floor and joining me on stage, and everyone at the Korea Marine Industry Association for putting this event together. And I would also like to thank everyone at the Design Council Busan. Thank you for joining us and asking questions and answering the questions. I hope to see you again next year. Thank you.
패널 토론을
I would like to thank General Manager Park Jae-hyun of the Head Office of Support at the Design Council Busan and all panelists. This ends the marine design session. Thank you all once again. For the moderators and all the speakers, we have a photo session for you, so please come forward to the stage for the photo session.
trust from a distance. I think we should rule out commitment for now, 'cause we're falling apart. Leaving, you're just doing that to get even. Don't pick up the pieces, just leave it for now. We keep falling apart.
16시 3
From 4:30, the epilogue session will begin. I'd like to ask all participants to be seated. Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is provided. If you need interpretation, please set your receiver channels to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. If you do not have a receiver or if you have trouble getting it to work, our staff are ready to assist you. The epilogue on Ocean as Uniters, pursuing global cooperation for the good of the planet, will soon begin.
그럼 지금
And now the epilogue session will begin. After 3 days of the World Ocean Forum, we have already reached the very final stage of the forum this year. The epilogue session is really the finishing touch to the World Ocean Forum. This year's forum was held under the theme Ocean as Uniters, pursuing global cooperation for the good of the planet. We had a number of different sessions to discuss the future that we must prepare in the upcoming age of Ocean as Uniters. And now during the epilogue session, we will together seek a final solution. Now I'd like to invite the moderator, Chairman of the Planning Committee of the WOF, Mr. Kim Hyun-kyum, for an introduction and opening remarks.
제가 지금은 한 5분 동안 저희들이 이제
So for the next 5 minutes, well, this is the epilogue session of the World Ocean Forum. We have had this format for the last 4 years, and today we have a very special program. During the planning committee meeting, Director General Kim Myung-gi from the Busan Metropolitan City has made a new proposal, and during the shipbuilding session, new technologies have been mentioned, and Korea is planning to build an aerospace administration targeting the outer space. But in the World Ocean Forum, we wanted to look deep down into the ocean, and KIOST is discussing unmanned vehicles and submarines and autonomous ships, and to discuss how to power those ships. The planning committee at the WOF really looked into this topic very intensely because the small modular reactor, SMR, whether or not it can be applied to ships was a topic addressed by many shipbuilding experts and Korea register experts, and there was a heated debate over this topic. And we really wanted to address that topic, and we put it in the epilogue. So we are going to invite 2 speakers and have 20 minutes to address the topic in a panel discussion. So let me invite the presenters. We have Senior Vice President Baek Jong-hyuk for Strategy Planning at KERI, Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute. Mr. Baek, please come forward to the stage. And also we have Director Seol Han-shin of Naval Ship Engineering Research Center of CRISO.
예, 지금 이제 두 박사.
So with the two gentlemen, I'd like to ask Senior Vice President Baek Jong-hyuk to go first. For the past 30 years, Mr. Baek has conducted research on SMR. So I would like to ask Mr. Baek to address the topic of SMR. I know that SMR is not a familiar topic to you, but since Busan citizens are very interested in SMR and also on the environment, please address the topic in terms of how we can use SMR commercially. And also introduce to us the current status of development of SMR and ways to use SMR for the next 5 minutes as an introduction session, please. You may remain seated. Good afternoon. Ever since I entered the university, and all my life I was in the area of nuclear power. The 1 year above me at university, students chose their major before they entered the university. And I chose my own major as I graduated from high school. And it turned into a whole career for me, a 40-year-long career for me. So after graduating from university, Korea's very first scientific research institute is actually KERI, established in 1959 by President Lee Seung-man. It used to be located in Gongneung-dong, Seoul, but now relocated to Daejeon. 3 years ago, we had a 60-year anniversary celebration. So starting then on, as mentioned by Mr. Kim, I only looked at the development of nuclear reactors for the past 30 years. Most notably, when I first joined KERI, my first project was development of Korean nuclear reactor. And that led to the Korea Power Corporation, KEPCO, building 3 nuclear reactor-based power stations. And so I am one of the researchers who first developed a nuclear reactor in Korea. And today, we have 24 power stations based on nuclear power. Sometimes water is used, and some other power plants use other coolants other than water. So I conducted research on both. And nuclear power users are mostly G7 countries or those who have nuclear weapon. So the whole frame was built in the early 2000s at the 4th International G4 International Forum. So I represented Korea as part of that forum. And I am also a vice chair of the Gen 4 International Forum. And the chair is an American, and I serve as a joint vice chair. And I am involved in developing policies for nuclear reactor as well. And we also have the Nuclear Power Plant Act Promotion Committee, which is chaired by the Prime Minister, and I'm also a member of that committee. So the technological development, my experience in developing the technology, and is what I will like to share. And I'm also focusing on training new students. So listening to your comment, I feel that you are the living history of nuclear development in Korea. So next, Dr. Sar.
과연
So from the perspective of CRISO, regarding the application of this to naval ships, well, we need different sources of power, different resources, and how SMRs can be utilized in our attempt to find the answer to this question. So can you focus your presentation or thoughts on this? And maybe you can exchange ideas, because I don't think I can jump in the discussion. I'm not the expert in the field. So in terms of commercial utilization, maybe you can use layman's terms to give your explanation. So Dr. Sun, first please introduce yourself quickly before you begin your presentation. Good afternoon. I am with CRISO. My name is Seo Han-shin. I'm working for the Center for Naval Engineering, and thank you for having me today. As Dr. Peck said, he was involved in this nuclear power area and in the field of studying SMRs. Even though I'm invited here, well, I'm not the one who was involved in this field for a long time. As you may well know, in the shipbuilding industry, we began our interest a few years ago. It's not a long history. In accordance with IMO regulations, especially about net zero, a few years ago we started to look at this matter seriously. And in the field of R&D and shipbuilding, we started to think about how SMRs can be applied to the private sector and to ships. I'm majorly responsible for naval engineering and naval ships, but I also am very much interested in how this can be utilized for ships.
예, 박사님께서 좀 설명하실 수 있게 좀 도와주셔서.
Could the technical team help Dr. Peck get set up?
감사합니다. 예. 그래서 제가
So I was invited to speak on this topic only 10 days ago to present the topic of SMR at the WOF. I was thinking about what to talk about, and I wanted to find the topic that best fits the forum. So I have pulled up a few slides. I think that the topic of SMR is a very broad topic to last for a week. So without going into too much detail, I wanted to focus on the oceans as seen from the nuclear power and also vice versa. So yesterday, I was a panel in one of the sessions, and I said that at the end of nuclear power is a connection to other sectors, whether we create power or heat. We're using nuclear power, we can create many different things. And what we think about at KARI is what comes next for nuclear power, because so far nuclear power really focused on providing electricity to the people of Korea in a low-cost and stable manner. And paradigm started to shift to go beyond electricity supply and to make wider use of nuclear power, because internationally we think of nuclear power as a flexible source of energy by being combined with renewable energy. And this spring, IAEA launched the Nuclear Harmonization and Standardization Initiative. And it is all about whether it's the national level or international organization level, cooperation is required, and this cannot be addressed by a single country. Because as can be seen in the war in Ukraine, energy can be severely disrupted, and how the humankind can survive also links to this topic. So coming to the World Ocean Forum, I thought about IMO's regulation. Compared to 2008 levels, by 2050, carbon emissions by ships should be cut by 70%. And to that end, well, it's all about climate change. The responsibility for climate change lies with the humankind, and so does the solution. And there are other factors linked to climate change, such as carbon neutrality. Then how do we contribute to achieving carbon neutrality? Well, if you see on the left-hand side, this indicates the LNG, renewables, and nuclear power, the life cycle carbon emissions by energy source per kilowatt hour. How much CO2 is emitted by each energy source is what this chart demonstrates. And I took this from IPCC. The data comes from 2018, but anyhow, you can see that the amount of carbon emitted by nuclear power compared to particularly fossil fuels is very low, even lower than that of offshore wind or wind power or PV throughout the life cycle. So to make this a reality, what we need to think about on the ocean front is how to use nuclear power as an energy. And I heard all day yesterday that we need to find an alternative fuel. And to make it happen, we need to find a new energy source. But for the time being, LNG will be used, but CCUS will have to be attached. Not only LNG, but biomethane fuel. As I mentioned shortly yesterday, we will have to use some type of alternative fuel, such as ammonia. Ammonia is also a gas type of fuel that comes from fossil fuels, but ammonia does produce NOx compounds, which must be restrained for the environment. And what about hydrogen? Hydrogen itself is clean, but in the process of producing hydrogen, we need to lower carbon emissions, and that is called the footprint. The energy that goes into producing hydrogen, depending on how clean that energy is, hydrogen can be green or blue or other types. So how do we produce clean hydrogen with minimum CO2 emissions to power our equipment? And nuclear power also thinks about using nuclear power to produce hydrogen. And in the Urjin area, we have a plan to build a testbed there, and if successful, we will be able to produce hydrogen at a low cost, because right now hydrogen per kilo is about 6,000, 8,000 won. We need to lower that to 2,000, 3,000 won range. In the U.S., with regard to hydrogen, the production cost has gone down to about $1 level. There's a lot of investment being made and a lot of R&D efforts put in. Electricity is also something that we need to think of, because we think that electricity can only be applied to coastal ships. In a way, nuclear power is an amphibian because it began from sea. During the Korean War, President Eisenhower gave a UN speech suggesting a peaceful use of nuclear power, and so the IAEA was established. And as we joined IAEA in 1958, during President Lee Seung-man's days, we started developing nuclear power. And so Kerry was established in 1959. And as you can see on the left-hand side photo, that's the Nautilus, which is a nuclear-powered submarine launched in 1954, and right now it's been retired. So nuclear power development began in the ocean, and this Nautilus was the first ship propelled by nuclear power, and the power became larger and larger, and in 1978, we built the Kori number 1, which was the very first light water reactor built in Korea, although it is being decommissioned now. 28% of total power is provided by nuclear power, and globally speaking, the share of nuclear power supplying out of the entire energy mix is about 17%. Nuclear power development in Korea began with SMR, but then we enlarged to achieve economy of scale. So we needed to produce power at a lowest cost possible. The reactor built in Korea is OPR 1000 or APR 1400. 1.4 gigawatt of electricity can be produced from this nuclear power plant. And recently we have been exporting these types of power stations to Poland. And more recently, the key word has been SMR. SMR development has started 10 years ago, but in the last 3 to 5 years, SMR has become a really hot topic. Canada is a front runner in SMR. I think Canada will be the first country to adopt SMR. And there are 70 startups working on SMR. Half of them are light water-based SMR, and the other half are non-light water-based SMR. I think Canada may be the very first country in the state of Ontario by 2027 to adopt SMR. And in the US, the NuScale SMR is set to be commercialized, and those two will open up a new era of quickly replacing coal plants. And because SMRs are small, they can be applied to the ocean or the space behind the moon. Because SMR is very small, this is possible with microdata. So R&D has already begun, and national budget is already being supported for that project. So SMR is literally the small modular reactor. So once you attach SMR, well, you can enlarge it, you can make it smaller. It's very flexible. And what's good for being small? It means better safety, because the amount of nuclear fuel that goes into the reactor is small, about 1/10 or 100th of what usually goes in. And even if they leak, we can immediately respond. So back in the days, the car model was Pony, but now SMR is more like a Genesis model. So 1/3 of a billion possibility of accident coming out of SMR. So that's a very safe technology. It's like hitting a small planet out in the space. So legally speaking, we need a pilot. So 1 or 2 pilots will be required for SMR propelled ships, and gravity, gap in pressure, QET. So self-control during an accident will also be attached to an SMR technology. And AI, 3D printing, these types of technologies are all used for SMR. So to develop SMR this June, a pre-feasibility study was passed for ISMR to replace large-scale nuclear power plants, led by the Ministry of Science and ICT. And by 2028, we will be getting an approval for technology, and by 2030, we will come up with a version that's exportable. So not only Korea, but in the nuclear community globally, SMR is truly the hottest topic. Then applying SMR to the ocean has already been done, particularly by Russia to submarines. There are 150 submarines powered by nuclear power. with their engines, and these submarines are still active. And there are aircraft carriers. 100% of our aircraft carriers have SMRs. So those engines, U.S., Russia, large countries have their aircraft carriers powered by new SMRs, and icebreakers, power generating ships. Most of what's on this list are from Russia, and the very first version of SMR is KLT-40S, which was launched in Bering Sea. And on the barge, there was an SMR attached to provide power, and it started commercial operations in 2019. And for the other models, we use the term molten salt reactor, or MSR. This is an innovative technology to predominate the future market. And technological development for MSR has already started. So right now, we target for phase 1 of attaching SMR onto ships. The United States or Denmark, Seaborg Technologies, which is a shipping company, started to develop SMR technology, and they signed an MOU with Samsung Heavy Industries on this technology. And Bill Gates also owns TerraPower, which is another company that's looking into SMR to replace future source of power, as they are safe and reliable and innovative. So to apply nuclear power to the ocean, we need to understand the characteristics of nuclear power. If you look at the trend of energy development, the general direction is towards making energy intensity higher. Nuclear power has one of the highest energy intensity per unit volume. And so if you attach SMR to the ships, because energy intensity is so high, ships will be able to sail at high speed. And the SMR for ships that are under development at the moment will last longer than the ship. You don't need to replace the fuel up until you scrap the ship. We're thinking about 60 hours, but generally ships have a lifetime of 30 years. And until ships are scrapped, the SMR can continue to power the ship. So it's all about OPEX. Building, operating, managing the ship will be significantly less costly, and you will not have to pay for fuel replacement any longer. But to attach SMR onto a ship, it's all about safety. Safety is most important. And also, in case, and this may be a very unfavorable issue, if the ship is hijacked or if it founders, we already have a technology developed to address those situations. Because in that case, the nuclear reactor will be immediately deactivated so that it wouldn't function any longer. And what's important, and what we always talk about, is to regulation and technological development should go hand in hand. The IMO, or I mentioned IAEA earlier, those organizations need to work on harmonization and standardization. Nuclear power will be standardized to reduce cost. And this is my final page. The SMR to be applied to ships, in our view, would be MSR, the molten salt reactor. This is Gen 4 reactor. And in my view, I think MSR could go beyond Gen 4. Nuclear fission, until nuclear fission is used as a nuclear power, I think the ultimate form of nuclear power will be MSR. So I call this a Gen 4.8. The fuel and the cooling agent itself are one and the same, because the cooling agent is melted in the nuclear fuel and there cannot be any possibility of accidents. And because this MSR can burn its own highly toxic and radioactive element, it is very safe, and the high-level radioactive waste will be minimized. It eats its own energy. And this reactor, as I said before, has 30 up to 60 years of replacement cycle. So once attached to the ship, you don't have to replace the fuel until the ship is scrapped. So that's the type of reactor that we are developing. And in terms of national defense, this is the type of reactor that they want to apply to military bases. So going forward, the war will be about energy. And also for the ocean, MSR will be attached to ships. And of course, we need to ensure non-proliferation. Non-proliferation always follows reactors because we need to be ready in case the reactors are hijacked. In that case, we need to be able to deactivate the reactors, and even if the reactor falls into the wrong hands, they should not be able to use it to develop weapons. And so MSR can be a great source of future growth rather than just simply supplying electricity, hydrogen, heat, mobility, and electricity can all be produced, and MSR can also burn its own waste. So this is a version 4.8 of reactor. Thank you very much.
Dr. Saul, well, I believe that you have to prepare a question because you studied naval engineering, naval ship engineering, and he used lots of layman terms. So at CRISO, regarding what would be the crossing point between what Dr. Beck said, so maybe that's a question I can raise. Yes, I was going to deliver a presentation, so that's in some parts is overlapping, and why don't I give my presentation while addressing your question? Good afternoon. Dr. Beck gave a very thorough presentation on SMRs, and my presentation is going to focus on SMR's application to ships. And I believe that the questions that I have will not be quite different from what you have in the audience. And I'm going to touch upon the policies and technological issues related to SMR, and I'm going to ask questions as well. So in the field of naval ship architecture, we took interest because we were dealing with this net zero issue. And also in Korea, we have this Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality. And this is the IMO regulations. And in line with these regulations, we have to switch from low carbon to zero carbon, ultimately. So in the field of shipbuilding, this is the trend change. By 2030, for instance, we can expect the emergence of net carbon-free ships. And also going forward, we can expect that most of the ships will produce no CO2. So looking at the trends with carbon-free vessels, application of SMRs is attracting attention in the field. And at my organization, we are also studying how this technology can be applied in an economical way. So why does a shipbuilding company interested in the use of SMRs? Well, the concept of nuclear ships is not a whole new thing. For aircraft carriers and submarines, this is already being used. And when we replaced fuel rods, they say we had some accidents. But in reality, for a long time, we managed to use these technologies and fuels safely. In the US and in Germany, there are cases of these nuclear ships. Savannah of the US, Otuan of Germany, and the Japanese case you can see that these are nuclear-fueled ships that were actually built. And also, these ships are in operation, even though the history is not very long. And in Russia, there are icebreakers with light water reactors, and these ships are in operation. In Russia, these icebreakers with reactors, well, these reactors were built back in 2019, and they're still in operation. And regarding the application of SMR to merchant ships, well, even though there are some applications in the market, regarding the use of SMR for merchant ships, there are some limitations, and also we have to think about the international regulations. And currently, countries are developing related technologies in line with the regulations. And from the perspectives of vessels, what are the major issues that we need to address? First, about the advantage. It generates 0 greenhouse gases. And also, fuel economy is great, so in terms of OPEX, it's advantageous. But what are the weaknesses? Well, reception by the public and public awareness, well, there is a lingering issue. And in maintaining reactors, we need safe facilities and personnel who can manage these facilities safely. So that can be thorny. And also, it needs upfront investment for installing such facilities. And as the vessels are equipped with reactors, we need the infrastructure, and we have to deal with regulations and rules which are not fully resolved. So regarding the issue of these nuclear-fueled vessels, well, the biggest question is, are they safe? Well, regarding this question, I would say that this is being applied to many vessels around the world. And also in the private sector, we see 10 of these vessels. So currently, the technology is not perfect, but to a certain point, the technology and safety of it is proven. Second, is it economical? So according to the Society of Nuclear Power and Shipbuilding Industries, when they looked at large container ships, it looked at return on investment. And at that time, the analysis said that the promising analysis at that time was that 10 years in order to enjoy the return on the investment. And going forward, I believe that we can reduce the time frame with the introduction of carbon levies and so on. So economic viability and safety are the 2 big major issues that we need to address. And regarding these 2 issues, I believe that we do have sufficient level of technological development to cover these. And second, about the vessels with SMRs mounted, if you look at the international cases, there are many research activities that can change the paradigm. So on far right, this is the icebreaker from Russia. And this is the MRX, which is being studied by Japan. This is the reactor of Japan. So it's not just existing icebreakers, but this can be also mounted onto the container ships. And I think this technology is what you're familiar with if you work in the shipbuilding industry. But the first case, this is announced by the Norwegian Olstein, equipped with MSR. And in Norway, in order to change the paradigm for vessels, just like they did for the automotive industry, by the time we reach 2050, most of the vessels will be fully electrified. That's the forecast. And in that case, we need the charging infrastructure. And MSR can be used in this scenario to charge and provide electricity. And for those vessels that travel around the polar regions and Norway, these are what's being pursued by Norway. And the one in the middle is in the UK, Earth 300. So this is also a kind of a research vessel. And as we looked at in the previous session, it's about 300-meter yacht type. And this vessel also is equipped with MSR, according to the current plan. And currently, in building this ship, the total budget is about 1 trillion won. And the nuclear-powered vessels, well, we will have to talk about licensing and approvals, but currently we do not have any standards for them. So we are thinking eco-friendly fuels and factoring in these types of fuels. And also there is active research activities going on regarding the propulsion systems. So when we mount SMRs onto the ships, what kind of propulsion systems do we need? So on the right-hand side, you can see the concept map from Russia. So this is for the missile cruise ship, a concept map for that. And this uses not only a nuclear power, but a gas turbine for a propulsion system. And when a Russian naval vessel enters the seas of another nation, and there can be a rejection of port entry. In that case, it can turn off nuclear power, and then it can turn on its gas turbine to enter the port. Previously, on the previous slide, we looked at the case of VMT, the British case. So what I'm trying to say here is that we can come up with a hybrid propulsion system. So when there's a vessel using this SMR technology, we can find a halfway in a form of a hybrid system to pursue being eco-friendly. And at the same time, we can store ESS so that we can approach this issue in a more eco-friendly way. Next, about approvals and licensing. In Korea, well, currently we do not have regulations regarding vessels with SMRs. Relevant parties and organizations have to work on developing these licenses. And if you look at IMO, even though they do have regulations on nuclear power, they don't deal with specifics of technology related to SMRs. And regarding the new type or fourth generation SMRs like MSR, we believe that we will need a strategy for licensing and approving these new different types of vessels. So even though we have existing nuclear power related regulations at the moment, when we add these new technologies of SMR onto vessels, well, there are many places or room to fill in when it comes to the regulations of SMRs. And I believe that research institutes, including my organization and naval architects around the world, and the registers and nuclear safety Research Institute, all these different players can work together to deal with the issue of licensing and approval. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. And as I am on the podium, I do have a question for Dr. Pak. About the things that I mentioned during my presentation about the safety of technology according to my personal view, compared to light water reactors, I believe the fourth generation reactors are much more safer. So I believe that we do have safe technology. But for me, two biggest challenges include how this can be received by the public. So that's the first thing that I need to prove and deal with. And also, when we build these vessels with SMRs, what would be the regulations and license regulations that we have to consider? You are involved in developing SMRs, so do you have any take on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As I work on the nuclear power, the biggest pain point is that nuclear is a mixture of technology and politics. So public acceptance is something that we always have in mind, and in particular for how to deal with the high-level radioactive waste. So I think the first thing we do as a duty is to continue to persuade the public. And to do that, we need to use the technological facts to demonstrate that this technology is 100% safe. And to use the automobile analogy, compared to the safety of pony models, the safety of BMW is much better to protect pedestrians. So the safety of nuclear power was 10 to the power of 4 was the safety when I was in university, but that has increased to 10 to the power of 9. And so we have to continue to persuade the public and mention the key word of carbon neutrality, meaning that the environment of this planet, of this generation, is really, we are borrowing the planet from the future generation, so we should leave the planet in a sustainable way. So you read Chinese classics. Well, right now it's time to act for climate change, not to just discuss in your armchair. So in Hanbiza, they say, if there's war, go out and fight. So for technicians, we need to develop the technicians. So that's the national order instruction, the public instruction to us, and that's what we are doing. And regarding the approval and licensing for SMR, the Nuclear Safety Act is being prepared for a revision. Because right now, all the regulations are set up for the power plants. And we purchased the technology from the US and started from there. So for the power plants built from scratch, there's a limit to what the current regulations can accommodate. So the regulations and laws are being amended, and right now we're preparing for the special SMR law, which will include provisions on multi-purpose applications, perhaps in the form of presidential decree. And this may also include applications to the ocean after consultation with relevant ministries. So step by step, this will happen, and we need to work with the international community. So in the end, I think that nuclear power going forward will continue to be in use for the next 100 years. And for that, national legislative and regulatory systems need to work in tandem to fit the needs. So my point is changes are taking place, and I would like to stress that now, whether it's energy or carbon neutrality, this is going beyond whether we have something to live off of, but it's a matter of survival. So that is the very dire reality, and we need to have a bargaining chip for us to deal with Japan or the US and to survive in the hegemony geopolitical struggle between U.S. and China. So it all comes down to energy security, ocean environment safety. So all these issues need to be mixed up together to resolve the problems and also to persuade the public. Thank you very much. That was a very specialized topic, but it was very well presented in plain words. I wish we had more time. So in conclusion, I think that the frog that is in gradually warmed up water and the frog that dies out gunshot, well, there's a big difference. Typhoon, hail, climate change is bringing an entire rapid change. And this is overall an enormous catastrophe. But the nuclear technology started to be used for weaponry. So ensuring safety and is very important, and there's great fear towards nuclear power. And we feel that the two scientists here can assure us about safety and about also the use of heat in relation to climate change. So I think that nuclear power is now feels much more friendlier. Thanks to you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and the panelists for your wonderful discussions. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Chang Ha-yong's presentation, but we will have a short break.
본격적인 토론에 앞서
Before we start the panel discussions, I'd like to invite Mr. Jang Ha-young, researcher at Busan Development Institute, to present his suggestion for opening up the age of ocean as uniters. Mr. Jang is on the stage. Please welcome Dr. Jang with a big hand.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. Just as introduced, my name is Jang Ha-young with Busan Institute. I've been participating in the Epilogue session for the 3 consecutive years. With the growth of the World Ocean Forum, I grew myself, so now I'm responsible for policies in Busan. I have bigger responsibilities, and I believe that happened thanks to the World Ocean Forum. The role of mine in the Epilogue session is to do the evaluation of the 3-day session, of the 3-day forum, and also I'm going to talk about what we can reflect in the future forums. As you might know, the big theme is Ocean as Uniters, pursuing global cooperation for the good of the planet. And with collective wisdom, we were able to hold and host this 2022 forum very successfully. I would like to hear from our committee members of the planning committee to have clearer definition on this Ocean as Uniters. Well, Ocean as Uniters, well, it's very difficult to interpret. And the term may sound very vague. So, well, we are quite behind our schedule, so I have to be very quick in my presentation. But anyway, what does it mean by Ocean as Uniters? Well, thankfully, we have Professor Lee Yeon-seung, and I believe that she has great definitions of what this means. And she provided us the definition. The change is related to the technological and policy changes, and it is a high-level notion. And this is about uniting the oceans throughout the world. So I thought that we can have clearer definition of this notion. And also, the committee member Kim In-kyum talked about this is interpreted as more predictability. So when you hear the term Ocean as Uniters, what comes to your mind? My biggest resource is my children. And when I ask them what comes to their mind when they hear the term uniters, well, they think of supersonic and superpowers. And my 4th daughter said that reminds her of the elementary school. Well, that's actually different terms, different characters in Chinese. But anyway, this connectivity and innovation and predictability is what's connected to this notion, Ocean as Uniters. And when you think about the term superpowers and mega region, megalopolis, and also the characteristics of the fourth industrial revolution, we have this concept of hyper. So instead of just focusing too much on super or mega, maybe hyper is more relevant when we say the hyper ocean era. And that is where we can see hyper-converged world with hyper-connectivity to have better opportunities and better future. I'd like to thank the committee members for their great definitions. And the big theme, Ocean as Uniters, means that we need to see the emergence of uniters. And uniters in the form of super or hyper ocean powers and hyper oceanic cities and companies. We hope to see all these uniters in the port of Busan. This is our 16th forum. As you can see from different posters from the past ocean forums and from the big themes of 15 different conferences, you can tell that we can actually have prediction for what we're going forward, for what we're pursuing. So these are the titles from the 16 forums. And you might think that this is a little bit complex, so I did the grouping of these categories.
So this leads to the 2016 goal and Ocean Beyond the Wave. These all predicted the age of super ocean and how to make this a reality. Ocean transformation, the open smart technology, prosperity. How do we achieve prosperity? The future economy will come from the ocean, and this will be a source of wealth and revenue going forward. And for the past 16 years, we have always actually discussed ocean as a uniter. And also the World Ocean Forum addressed a number of different topics this year as well. And this year, President Yoon, Minister Cho, and Mayor Park delivered their congratulatory remarks and engaged in panel discussions. And they connected this event to the 2030 Busan Expo, World Expo. And throughout the topics, convergence and cooperation is key in order for us to keep up with the age of oceans as uniters. And at the center of cooperation is decarbonization and eco-friendliness. So this is the way for the humankind to together survive and to find the solutions too. I'm not sure if you can see all the lines on the screen. The WOF, this is a relationship chart of the WOF based on the news releases. It is deeply related to the Busan World Expo. And the Ocean City was a big topic, so it leads to habitat. And COVID-19 share really was reduced this year. Chairman of the Planning Committee and the Planning Committee members were also quite significant. This is the word cloud of topics discussed. And in 2022, as you can see, there's ocean, ships, cruise, industrial transition, digital. So all these elements require cooperation and coexistence. So this year, there were a number of different features and characteristics. First of all, we had a two-track keynote session inviting the minister and the mayor of Busan, using sufficient time to discuss the expo and the ocean. And secondly, we had an integrated session of shipbuilding, marine, and transport. This was the very first attempt at the WOF. I think it was a very successful session. And also, some of the sessions were turned into a paid session for the WOF to have a solid financial foundation. And let me conclude. What did you think when you saw this poster, Ocean as Uniters? The water flows into one, and all the challenges faced by humanity can be solved in the ocean and by the ocean. And at the center of the ocean is the World Ocean Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Then we would like to invite Chair of the Planning Committee, Mr. Kim Hyun-gyum, and all the other panelists. We are going to have a general discussion along with researcher Chang Ha-yong of Busan Institute. We'll have Professor Lee Yeon-seung, Deputy President of Fisheries Policies Research Department, Ma Chang-mo, Deputy President of Korea Maritime Institute, Kim Min-soo, Principal Research Scientist Choi Bok-kyung of KIOST, Director Son Dong-ju of Pugyong National University, and Director Kim Byung-gi of Agriculture, Fisheries and Bureau, and Director Song Myung-dal of Marine Policy Office of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Then please welcome Chair Kim Hyun-gyum for chairing the session. Well, we're quite behind our schedule. Well, we used quite a lot of time, and we're nearing the end of the session that has been scheduled. This is our fourth epilogue session that we've had. For 3 days, we had this big theme of Ocean as Uniters, pursuing global cooperation for the good of the planet. And under this big theme, we had very active discussions with the support of all the panelists and presenters. So the 3-day forum was a big success thanks to their efforts. And we have session chairs on the stage. So I believe that we can hear from them and give us a wrap-up of the sessions that they were chairing. So please share with us what you thought about the sessions. And regarding the next forum, the 17th World Ocean Forum, what would be the things that can be reflected so that we can be better? So why don't we start with Director Son Dong-ju of Busan University. He chaired the humanities session, so I'd like to invite him to say a few words. Good afternoon. I'm with Busan National University. I'm the director for Humanities Korea Plus Research Group. And I chaired the Marine Humanities session and planned this session. At this World Ocean Forum, I believe that this is the most irrelevant topic, but at the same time, it can be the most interesting session, I believe. Well, we participated starting from the 12th World Ocean Forum starting from the 12th session, 12th forum. And since that time, we talked about marine humanities and we talked about the space of the oceans, and we wanted to get closer to people. So we had 5 years to look at marine humanities, and we put lots of thoughts into developing the themes. If you look at if you watch TV, then there are many ocean-related programs and shows. So there are many shows that are quite popular, dealing with seas and people moving back to the marine areas to live the rest of their lives. And also the government is supporting the fisheries industry, and they have this Marine New Deal 300. The key word for this New Deal is being more like the fisheries village. And in order to understand that, we have to understand what the life in these villages is like. So in the past, the fishing villages were about daily lives and jobs, but many of them are urbanized, and not all of them are engaged in fishing. And with this New Deal 300, with the government support financially, what would be the future directions going forward? And in order to build a village that is friendly for people to live in, and the reality of fishing villages, well, these are the 3 major themes that we looked at, and we had 4 discussants. We had very fun, interesting discussions. And all the presenters said that fishing villages are becoming extinct. And how can we revitalize these villages? If you think about the port of Changseungpo, well, they do not catch whales, but they do have many cultural products themed around whales. So we talked about how we can revitalize the villages using the concept of whales, and instead of abandoning it to become extinct, how can you make these villages more village-like? And we had many thought-provoking discussions and sessions around this theme. So regarding cultural products, I believe that we can incorporate these cultural projects in the themes of the next forum. Thank you.
예.
Thank you. Why don't we go to Mr. Kim Byung-ki, Director General of Busan Metropolitan City. Thank you very much. Well, this year's WOF was very successful, and I'm very glad to see the successful end. And I was a part of the planning part of this event, so it is very nice to see a nice end of this event. Mr. Kim Hyung-kyum and Mr. Secretary General and Mr. Jang Ha-yong, thank you for your hard work. And during the presentation by Dr. Chang, I wanted to say a few words. You mentioned the word 초, translating into super or hyper. In relation to ocean forums such as this, the digital transformation and carbon neutrality, I think, are the key words. And how to translate the word 초? Well, I think 초 really means convergence, because convergence is key to the fourth industrial revolution. And I just want to say two things. Just before the epilogue session, we heard about the SMR. This is also a convergence of SMR, ships, and oceans. And at another forum, I was able to get a very fresh idea, as mentioned by Chairman Kim before. Aircraft carrier in the U.S. was brought to the Busan Sea. And this aircraft is powered by SMR. And if they can be used to pick up ocean litter, and it will be the most eco-friendly use. And back then, Hyundai Heavy Industries and all shipbuilding companies said that that's fully possible and it would be very interesting. And I found that that idea could actually bear fruit. So next year, maybe we can discuss more of these topics. And in 2018, I was the New Growth Director General. And at the Calvin Institute, I received a training. And I heard from a U.S. nuclear power expert speaker saying that Korea is going too much towards renewables like PV, but SMR does not use water and it can be installed anywhere. And there's hardly any radioactive waste. And because SMR cannot be used for weapon development, it is very safe. And he was concerned that nuclear power, as long as if no human resources are developed, the whole generation will be lost. So for high-level public officials, he wanted to really convey the message of the importance of developing human resources. So international and peaceful use of SMR is what I wanted to suggest. And yesterday, the president of OC Annex and CEO of Hyundai Heavy Industries, Mr. An, we had a luncheon. And in front of the Fiji Island in South Pacific, there's so much marine litter that actually formed a major patch of litters. And it's actually, you can see it on Google Maps. If HHI can build a large oil tanker with SMR, and that tanker can go to the ocean and pick up the litter and turn them immediately into hydrogen. We can put Korea to a higher national level, and because Mr. Lee Gi-taek, a Korean, is the Secretary General of IMO, maybe we can develop a legislation at the UN level to make our place in the world. And maybe this is another topic that we can discuss more in depth next year. And also at the first session, the mayor mentioned the 2030 Expo. We can engage in ODA projects to let our country know. And if HHI can develop such a ship and travel around the world to collect ocean litter, then we can also resolve some ODA issues. And yesterday, we also discussed the funding. For carbon neutrality, there's the ETS in place, and if ETS can be traded in the form of coins by the UN, and if that is linked to carbon neutrality, that could be also a great idea. I'm sorry to be going on too long. So just to sum up, in terms of convergence, the Busan Metropolitan City is pushing forward a project to collect data from satellite to grow new ocean industries. Small satellites are very prevalent nowadays. It only takes about $2 to $4 billion won to send one to space. So by 2025, we are planning to launch another satellite with NASA. We can track the ships and fisheries and fish stocks. This will be revolutionary in terms of fisheries. So in terms of data, we can create a new industries. So I want to understand the word tool as a convergence. And just lastly, I wanted to suggest that the Shanghai Container Index is very useful. And as Mr. Chair has mentioned earlier, Busan should take the lead under the topic of convergence. We can develop a ocean convergence index to assess ships, and this can one day be used globally. Connecting satellite with ocean, we can connect nuclear power with the ocean and also develop a index based on that convergence. Because Korea is now a powerful country on par with G7 nations, I think that this is the area that we can lead. Thank you very much for your suggestion. Next year, we will fully reflect your suggestions. Next, Professor Lee Hyun-sung.
Good afternoon. I chair the Shipbuilding Marine Transport session, Track 1, Decarbonization. In line with this big theme, Ocean is United, we dedicated one track to decarbonization, and we looked at both shipbuilding and the marine transport. So decarbonization, 6 presentations for decarbonization, and 5 for DT, followed by general discussion. We had a day-long session for shipbuilding and marine transport. And also, during the session, Dr. Kim Boo-gi delivered presentation. And in the shipping industry, we had a presentation of the directions of the shipping industry, and we had a presentation by BPA. And when it comes to digital transformation, we had President VP, Executive VP of Hyundai Heavy Industries, and also presentation by Avicus. We had a presentation from Norway as well. In the afternoon, we also looked at the case of autonomous ships and commercialization status. And during these sessions, we talked about how international communities can work together. And the BPA delivered a presentation on increasing efficiency by the use of the digital twin platform, followed by the last presentation of Mr. Lee Hyun-suk of Amazon Web Service, how the cloud technology can be utilized for the marine industry for DT. And in the epilogue session, we looked at the cases of SMRs. And regarding the possibility of vessels with SMRs, well, I thought that the presentation given during the epilogue session was very thought-provoking. Regarding the issues of global warming and rising sea levels, all these are caused by the use of fossil fuels. So in tackling environmental challenges, I believe that the most proactive way is to find alternative fuels for vessels. And we believe that more quantified and proactive practical approaches are needed. So in the next World Ocean Forum, when it comes to the fuels for propulsion ships, we can have more active discussions around this theme. And as Director Kim stressed, the notion of convergence and how the fourth industrial revolution technologies can be applied for decarbonization, well, these are relevant with the drastic changes that are happening in the marine industry, and I believe that this should lead to the hyperconnectivity that he mentioned. And in order to tackle the big paradigm shift of today and to slash carbon emissions, we need more policy and industrial alliance. I believe we are on the same page as to what we have to do going forward. And during my session, Chairman Shin Dong-sik had a presentation, and he mentioned 3 things during his presentation. The first one was integration. Second, optimization. Third, orchestration. When we talk about technologies, integration and optimization are the things that we cover frequently. But when it comes to the third element, which is orchestration, this is not really something that we addressed too well. I believe that we can pursue bigger or better harmony in pursuing ocean as unitas. And I believe the key to opening this new era is in harmony. So in all different sessions, we had this common theme that crosses us and that unites us. And I think that we took a giant step moving into this direction. Thank you.
사실 이제 저희들이
Well, in fact, when we started, the most challenging area was how to connect shipbuilding, marine, and transport into a single track. So in conclusion, as Dr. Lee said, she has a very tender charisma. And in the engineering sector, decarbonization and digital transformation can be quite a rigid topic, but she was able to flexibly unite the 3 areas into a single session. And I think it was a very big success. I'm not sure how you saw it, but Dr. Lee, thank you for all your effort. Next, we have Mr. Ma Chang-mo, Head of Fisheries Policy Research Department at the KMI. Please take the floor. Hello. This is the first time that I prepared the WOF as a moderator and as a member of the planning committee. Rather than while preparing the event, as a moderator, I learned a lot. The global trend from the fisheries sector is really rapidly changing, and there are new requirements that are arising and with great uncertainties. So most of the presenters mentioned that in the 80% of economic areas, 5.8% are covered by a single block. And if we combine mega FTAs, then that drops to 5%. So market approach from a customs base to a qualitative base is undergoing a great change. And one of the key factors to the qualitative approach is environment, ecosystem, and labor, because this has become a very important issue in fisheries. I'm not sure if you can really sense this, but one example, if you catch one fish, not only the hygienic information, but the ship information, ocean information, the fishing gear information, whether IUU was involved, whether whales were captured in the process, and every type of information involved until the fish comes to the public landing site has to be revealed, and this is very challenging. So in terms of sustainability, this is where fisheries should be heading. And in the global trade, fisheries out of primary products, other than coffee, takes up the largest volume. So it is traded at a large scale, and it also involved a lot of different regulations. So what do we do going forward? That was discussed in our session. And basically, the competitive edge in our existing resources was the dominant factor in the past, but now technology is more important, and this is a determining factor in exports as well. For Samjin fish cake company, it's a 70-year company, and they will continue on 30 years to reach 100 years of history. They discuss what they needed to do. And for the company to last 100 years, the current form of Samjin company, in step with the changes in the global supply chain, was able to develop their distribution and processing technology to extend the shelf life of their products. So one of the weak points of the fisheries industry is the short shelf life. So production, processing, distribution are done separately, globally. So what we need to refer to as Swiss-made coffee or crude oil exports from Korea. We don't necessarily have to have the natural resources to make it happen. So the form of resources and exports that can be covered by technology, whatever we lack in the resources. So we can develop and extend the shelf life and export them. So FAO and SNU experts and many other experts agreed that this is the most fitting for the time, and we need policy support to develop this. And also government efforts for sustainability can be combined to allow companies to be more active and to make inroads into overseas market. And the next issue was the blue food concept. Their nutritious value, their sustainability values need to be connected to food tech. And we needed a much more specific topic, so that's what I'm thinking about for next year. Well, fisheries is a harvest-based industry, and connecting to distribution is a very important part. So in the process of distribution, how much of the freshness can be kept intact to be delivered to the consumer with technologies? Well, this is not a vague discussion about fisheries. As Dr. Ma has mentioned, the current industries are focusing on the shelf life, possibly indefinitely. It was very impressive. Thank you.
에 대한 이야기 때문에
Next, moving on to index. Now, Director Kim Min-soo, please. Just as Director Ma mentioned, well, at this World Ocean Forum, he said that he made a debut. And about myself, this is my first time to be on the planning committee and to chair the index session. So from planning to chairing, I participated in these efforts, and thank you for the opportunity. But when chairing the index session, there were two thoughts that I had in mind. First, why now and why Global Ocean Index? Even after the end of the COVID-19 crisis, we continue to see crisis in the Ukraine and also supply chain issues in the United States and hegemony issues around the world. So we live in the world of uncertainty, and we need a kind of a lighthouse for us going forward. And we wanted to be able to find that lighthouse in the ocean. And 70% of cities are close to oceans and in coastal areas. So that's where we started. And that's how we started to look at competitiveness of cities. And if we can have accurate judgment and evaluation of these cities, then in our journey for hyper ocean era, I believe that we can have a great start. So that was the first thing that I need to tackle. Second, why do we have to come up with this index at the WOF? Even though I chaired the session this year, I believe that the thoughts were already there starting from 3 years ago. And there are two reasons behind this, I think. It's been 16 years since we've been holding this forum. And I believe that we need to make some actual contribution to the marine industry. And especially this year, we have the theme, Ocean as United. So for that, we need some kind of platform. And second, as this is being hosted by the city of Busan, and as we're trying to attract the World Expo in Busan, well, it's really about the competitiveness of the city of Busan. We wanted to do the sense check of its strength and weakness. So that's why we wanted to look at index in this WOF. And a little bit more details about the session itself. We had 3 main presenters. As this was our first session ever, it was more like a brainstorming session. Chief Executive Officer Michael Waddell of the Zyan Group Limited. He talked about index design and implementation, and he stressed how clear the objectives should be secured and how we need to collaborate. The second presentation was about the Global Power City Index, and the presentation was delivered by the Dean of the Graduate School of Governance Studies. And the implications of this presentation include, well, if you think about pre- and post-pandemic era, and if you think about what can be affected by external factors, now we are better prepared. And when it comes to the Global Power City Index, well, among 48 cities, Busan was excluded. Unemployment rate and hosting international conferences, well, we did fairly well in terms of these areas, but when it comes to air quality, there were several other areas we didn't do quite well. And listening to the presentation, what I felt was, well, for these global power cities with strength are around coastal areas like New York, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. So even though Busan was excluded in this index, I believe that Busan has a huge potential to be high on this index. And once a city hosts big events like the Olympic Games, then the index goes up drastically. The very fact shows that we do want to attract the World Expo in Busan so that it can increase its status around the globe. And regarding the specific index, well, different indices had differing results based on their analysis. And also, the city index, well, we have to look at the attractiveness of cities and also potential power of marine industries. And these have to be included in our thoughts. That's what we discussed. Like I said, this was more of a brainstorming session, as this was the first index session ever. And in the next forum, maybe we can have a more systemic approach regarding budgeting and in our future directions. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a challenging topic, but thank you for the very easy explanation. And for the first time in the 16 years, we included the index session as part of the official sessions. I really look forward to what type of ocean indexes will be announced. I ask Mr. Kim to continue to work on developing the right set of index and continue your brainstorming efforts, and so that we can have the index published next year. So from KIOST, we have Mr. Choi, Director of Marine Security and Safety Research Center at KIOST. I haven't had the pleasure to meet Mr. Choi yet. Could you introduce yourself, and could you also give your thoughts on what happened at the KIOST special session? Thank you. I am Choi Bok-kyung, Principal Researcher at KIOST. I am mostly in charge of national defense matters. For the past year, I also served on the Presidential Advisory Committee. So the understanding of the ocean is in general lacking. In developing policies and making decisions, the high-level officials are not very interested in the ocean, I felt. And so making scientific investment in ocean is really falling behind what we need. And during the decarbonization session, there's the tidal power development station that was built, and in Incheon and other ports, we had a plan to build larger stations, but this didn't come through because of public resistance. But now I see that tidal power stations has a huge role to play for carbon neutrality. And for Busan to become an ocean capital city, many relevant institutions have relocated to Busan, so I think we need to work harder. The KIOST special session last year handled ocean industries, and this year we looked at the deep sea observation and research, with the Aerospace Agency leading the way. There's a lot of investment and effort put into space development. But deep sea is even more difficult and has even more extreme conditions than the space. From 300 meters below, the water temperature is 1 degree. And in East Sea, the water depth is about 2 kilometers. So that's 200 bars of pressure, and there's no light at all. And KIOST should also do better to do research in East Sea, the Korean Sea. We only focused on further out into international oceans. So our topic was to look at Korean seas. We invited 6 experts for presentations, stressing the importance of the East Sea, the deep sea area, and how to explore the deep sea. And also a presentation on deep sea space platform, which is being built for the first time in the world. We need an exploration infrastructure to support all these projects, which is very costly and is in dire need for national financial support. So from aerospace development, we should turn to deep sea development. Historically speaking, the country that ruled the ocean ruled the world, as can be seen in the UK and the US. And militarily speaking, countries with a strong navy has the strongest national defense power, so we need to work further on this front as well. So we heard the presentation about the ocean as uniters. Ocean should take the lead for coexistence and cooperation and convergence, and in particular, ocean science. So with that, I would like to sum up our session. And next year, I wanted to suggest how we should make the presentations. Rather than this being a paper type of presentations, why don't we limit the PPT to 5 slides with large letters? If you refer to platforms like TED, they only give like 5 to 15-minute presentations. Let's keep it interesting for the WOF to go up on YouTube after the event is over for the public access. I think it will keep the public interesting and more familiar and friendlier to the public. Thank you.
이걸 이제 우리
So regarding the point that you brought up, well, what's fun and what's interesting is the best. So what you can do is you can summarize what you discussed, and maybe you can create such a clip and upload it so that we can refer to it. Next, we have Professor Woo Soo-han from Chungang University. We were supposed to have officials from the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, but they attended the session, but they had to leave. And Professor Woo he actually worked for the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries before. He is one of the best secretaries. And now he turned into a professor. So what he looked at is global ocean governance. And this is one of the focuses that we had at the World Ocean Forum. We had many ideas and plans, and we also have to think about how these can be translated into governance. And we had many working level section heads from different industries, and many of our foreign guests were quite surprised by the fact that we had all these participants from these working level organizations and groups. So that's one of the feedback that I got. So regarding marine governance, about the theme of governance and about the detailed discussions, well, would you share them with us? Yes, well, my name, well, I feel quite pressured. I delivered a presentation which is about integrated administration at the MOF, which started 25 years ago, back in 1990s, and I looked at some of the achievements and also looked at measures to be improved. In France, they established the Ministry of Fisheries, and in coastal areas, they are integrating fisheries-related or marine-related functions together. In Korea, we have a 25-year experience in terms of integrated administration, and is there any room for improvement? That was the topic of my presentation. At the MOF, well, I was involved in this area for this long period of time, and with the integrated approach, we developed policies, and we created many issues based on the top policies that were prioritized. But what happened was there were many functional departments that came to the surface, and even though we wanted to have this integrated approach, working with many different departments, we had conflicts. Even though we did see some achievement when it comes to integrated administration, well, on the other hand, we had challenges and issues arising from this. So regarding that, we made a suggestion about the high-level body that can govern this and mediate these disputes. And there are many countries around the world that actually had such organizations for mediation. So we looked at the case of China, and regarding climate change, well, the current structure or the current organization is not sufficient enough to deal with the challenge, and we need global cooperation. That's what he said. And also there was this presentation on blue economy, which is widely received by the world. But when it comes to the definition of blue economy, countries have different interpretation. And sometimes we see that there can be siloed approaches by different players and nations. And there was a doctor from France who talked about biodiversity. From the ocean, we saw the creation of living species. And on the basis of biodiversity, we have lots of research activities, but this biodiversity, before we even study fully this topic, we are seeing the possibility of biodiversity becoming extinct. And also, a participant from the Fishers Cooperative mentioned we utilize the ocean through navigation and fish catching. And when it comes to catching fish, we have the depletion of resources. And he mentioned how we desperately need wind power, offshore wind power, and how we can deal with the issue of depletion of resources. Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries have to work together to deal with this issue. And also, there was another presenter who agreed with this idea. Governance is just means. It's just a means, not an objective. And in order to build effective governance, the government set up this notion, and France is also going through similar experiments. And when it comes to environmental regulations and industrial development, well, the same or single ministry is dealing with both of these topics. And we have to think about whether this is proper or not. So from the cases of Korea and France, we thought that we can look further into this issue to determine whether this is appropriate. And also from NOPOP, from China, marine governance of Korea. And regarding marine speculation, we set up goals, global goals, which was done very well. And in fighting these, well, if you think about microplastic, we don't have international conventions or local laws. We need international collaboration to come up with such conventions and local regulations, according to the presenter. legislation, both at home and abroad, has to be strengthened, according to his presentation. So looking at the theme, well, I thought that we can have some general discussion around international administration and governance. But actually, presenters developed this idea further to throw us more specific ideas and to think further about these matters. And we also agreed on the fact that we have to think about the direction of governance going forward. So maybe in the next forum, this is what can be incorporated instead of just approaching it from the perspective of integrated administration. Well, what would be the right governance that we need to tackle climate change? And I also got a question from the floor. Well, that was an undergraduate school student from the Maritime University, and the question was how he or she can participate. So what this person asked was, for younger generations, we call them MZ generation, in order for them to lead and play an active role, well, the suggestion was about having such a session where younger generations can play a bigger role, active role, regarding the marine industry and the future of the oceans. So the answer was that we will think about that, and this will be incorporated in the next year's forum.
저희가 그 가버넌스 개념
Yes, when adopting the concept of governance, the most important part would be understanding the vastness of the ocean, the indefinite nature. Does it really only involve the MOF? Rather, as you have just mentioned, I think the entire national sectors have to be integrated into the ocean because Korea is a peninsula. So the purpose of including this as a topic of WLF is to have a full debate on this. So personally, I think that we did achieve the target because we wanted the MOF to have an interest, and perhaps the MOTI or Prime Minister's office or the meteorological administration could all work together on the global ocean governance. So next year, Professor Wu, perhaps you can invite experts from different relevant organizations for a debate. And during one of those sessions, perhaps we can also invite students who are interested. So we have Dr. Zhang, but we also have from HHI, Mr. An joining us online. Could you introduce yourself? And also, we have discussed a number of different topics. As a planning committee member, you particularly dealt with the topic of shipbuilding, and you are a COO of the entire group. And you shared with us your views, and you helped us broaden our perspective. So I would like to invite Mr. An. I know that you're very busy, but could you share with us your concluding remarks? And Dr. Zhang, since you gave a presentation earlier, let me give the floor to Mr. An first. Mr. An, with that, we will end this session. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I could not join you on the final day. Can you hear us? Hear me? Regrettably, I couldn't join you for the epilogue session for the debate, but I'm very busy, and I really wanted to spend the night in Busan, but I had to come back to office last night. So I'm still at my office. At the end of yesterday, during the shipbuilding marine transport, I joined the session throughout the day, and on my way back, I really thought that I learned a lot. The lack of linkage with the marine policy session, and during the session, a lot of what was discussed really felt irrelevant to the ocean as uniters and age of ocean as uniters. We need a lot of work to do. Shipbuilding or shipping were the key topics in ocean forums so far. And we had a number of presentations, and the chair also proposed many suggestions to include shipbuilding, marine and transport. And digital transformation involves shipbuilding, marine, transport, and logistics as well. So we had an additional session. Carbon neutrality and digital transformation are inseparable. They are both essential. Digital platforms, digital transformation was included as part of the session, mainly because climate change, decarbonization are stressed, but environmental regulation came first, and then decarbonization followed. But although climate change is only partly discussed, by 2050, we will have a stronger regulation than simply decarbonization. So to address all this, at the center of decarbonization are the fuels that we use every day. And in order to be able to use the fuels, we need digital transformation. And relevant technologies need to be developed in relation to the ocean. So I received exactly the same question as I received yesterday. 2 years ago in Korea, I was discussing at a shipping forum with other companies, why do we need to do digital transformation? It seems irrelevant to us. Why do we need to build a platform and cloud computing? How can we converge everything and activate this? But 2 years ago in Europe, digital transformation was proceeding very quickly with presentations being made. As Mr. Choi mentioned earlier, and as many discussants mentioned during the forum yesterday, organizations, governments, research institutes have a very vastly different way of thinking. Marine policy, well, everything that we mentioned today is being strongly driven forward by MOTI. But MOF is still very much behind. So, of course, this is an area that involves a lot of technology, and I'm sure that we will eventually see the movement that we need. But more work needs to be done. So going forward, these forums should be able to shift the way we think and we live. For decarbonization and to respond to climate change, We need to convert from diesel to green fuel, LNG, ammonia, methane, hydrogen, SMR. So from the corporate side, we are already approaching SMR. Hydrogen is near complete for ships and relevant technologies and digital transformation. Everything is complete, and this is actually being commercialized. And whatever you want, we can work with the relevant partners globally. But other organizations, I dare to say, are still at the initial stage. They are quite late in this race. And yesterday, I was really able to keenly feel during the Track 3 wrap-up, there were some negative views presented on decarbonization. And I felt that not everyone is on board when it comes to decarbonization. During my session, Professor Lee's session, Professor Kim's session, despite all the discussions made during those sessions, I felt that there are people who do not really agree. And so everyone preparing the WOF and everyone at the planning committee, we really need to open up on our thinking. And the two needs for shipping, marine transport, and logistics need to be moving in tandem. Decarbonization is already taking place, and green fuels are already being used. And now, the last resort is SMR, and we also have hydrogen. But as mentioned yesterday, up to LNG, the cost involved is not very high for the engineers and the producers. But for other fuels, production cost is very high. And there will be stringent regulations. Even if we work hard to develop fuels, we cannot test the methanols on shore, ship them, or ship methane-propelled ships, berth them, because regulation is not there. So unless everything turns into autonomous mode, technologies cannot be used. So this involves shipbuilding, marine transport, and logistics and digital transformation, and self-control. So ports and harbors need to undergo digital transformation, and they need to use those technologies. Marine transport, ports, and logistics are really quickly moving but there's no human resources. And so we have no option but to automate the system. So when digital transformation takes place, we discussed that human resources will be lost, but we will lose jobs, but that's not true. So President of KMOU, Mr. Do, really moved quickly with me to request the government to open up a new school on AI. So we need to work together. So what I want to suggest is that, of course, SMR for companies, FSRU is the latest technology. Our company, for wind power development, we use water electrolysis to produce electricity. The wastewater and plastics are degraded for recycling as fuels, and we produce green plastics as well. SMR, we are nearly complete in ship design for SMR propelled ships. Submarines and the like can be designed on our own in Korea, but for SMR, we need a national regulation policies that need to be set up. And once that happens, we can be ready to attach SMRs to ships. But in terms of economic viability, after LNG, other fuels to come are too costly for ships to actually operate on those fuels. And lastly, my final suggestion, well, I myself is really looking back on myself, but going forward, I hope that our sessions, everything that's presented, well, or rather than just discussing amongst ourselves, we need the consensus and agreement of the public and of the world. We need convergence across the world, but convergence can only happen when when there is a consensus. So we need to really think back on whether we are reaching a consensus based on our sessions, and based on that, we need to shift the focus of the forums to come. I'm not sure what percentage of the audience actually understands what's being discussed. Because if even amongst ourselves we do not have a full understanding, then what about the audience? So we need to think about that and to make sure that the World Ocean Forum becomes a truly global festival rather than just a celebration amongst ourselves. And so all the tracks in shipbuilding, marine transport, logistics, and even the ocean session should be connected into one. And they are already connected, but we are dealing with them as if they are not. So going around the world, I participated in many of these forums, and on Saturday, every other Saturday with Professor Kim, about 800 people, the best of our experts have a conference. And we need to expand such occasions, as I discussed with Chairman Kim. So many of you have expressed concern on the technological advancement, but actually technology is fully advanced, so no worries. But we do need to better communicate with the public. And next time, I hope to discuss more global topics so that everyone can be on board, and to show the world that we are doing well, and so that we can build a consensus on these topics in order to work together on business as well. So this should be in mind as we plan for the future forums. Thank you very much.
예, 안사님 고맙습니다. 아주
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you drew a very clear conclusion compared to last year. I hope that this year's session was a big improvement. And from this epilogue session, just like we did before, we looked at in what areas we can improve, and also we talked about what can be incorporated in future sessions. So by participating in the forum itself, we want to create a forum where participation itself leads to enhanced knowledge and enhanced interest. So with that, I would like to close my session. Thank you very much for your participation, and why don't we stand up and say goodbye to them. Thank you very much for the great insights. I would like to thank Chairman Kim Hyun-kyum for chairing the session, and I'd like to thank all the panelists for your suggestions and insights. With this, I'd like to officially close the World Ocean Forum 2022. Thank you for sitting through the discussions, and thank you for these suggestions. Then I'd like to announce the official closing of the World Ocean Forum 2022, and I will meet you back at the 17th World Ocean Forum in 2023. Thank you.